Fight. Hypocrisy.
Hey, what's up, guys? Welcome to Law-Splaining the Interwebs. I am your host, Nick Rekieta of Rekieta Law, a small law firm in central Minnesota. How's it going tonight, guys? StreamYard is pissing me off, man. I was on time tonight, and then let me be more convincing. I was on time tonight. Realized I looked away. I'm like, oh shit, they'll know I'm lying. I was totally on time. And then I went into the StreamYard studio and no camera, no mic. Fucking yet again. I don't know what their deal is. Maybe someday they'll all die of natural causes very far from now. And by then their app will have been fixed. Realize how early that was. Woo. Yeah, I should get Rekieta Media changed to Rekieta Law and Imagery. Ryan, the editor. Oh, I should probably pay him before I make demands. I'm about to get bombarded with, "Where's my money? Where's my money? You got money to run a live stream, you don't got money to pay me?" There it is. There it is in the chat. I knew it was coming. Oh my goodness. So, well, how's it going, guys? Can I balance things off my nose? No, but I can balance things on my nose. Yeah. Okay. So we've got, okay. We've got a fun topic to talk about tonight because this thing is not going away or dying down simply. So I guess I'll have to talk about it, which is fine. I planned on it anyway. And then Legal Mindset did a stream last night or this morning or whatever. I don't know what time anything actually is anymore because of time zones. But we're going to talk a little bit about the Kurt copyright situation. And if anybody is expecting me to just come out and blast Kurt like in some horrific manner, well, that's not what I'm going to do. But I'm not your agent. I'm going to talk about it as I will talk about any friend who engages in activity that I disagree with. I will talk about the things that as I understand them, and I will talk about my perspective on those things. And what I will hope is that my friend will hear those things and take them to heart. That's what you can do. That's what the world is that can be done. So, we'll talk about that. We're going to get into that a little bit. I've got a monumental collapse. There's a monument in like Georgia that got half blown up and then all knocked down or something. I don't know if you guys saw this, but I'm going to laugh about that because the monument was a monument to fucking nonsense. And so we're going to make fun of that a little bit. Yeah, the Guidestones. And those, I mean, I didn't even know these things existed the other day. And then now I read what was on them and I was horrified that these things are real. But yeah, so we'll talk about that a little bit. I've got the super chats from Legal Vices show that I did that I want to get to those super chats. I meant to get to them a little earlier this week, but things have been back and forth and stuff like that. I do want to announce that the locals live stream last night was a huge success, and thank you everybody who tried out locals for the first time for that live stream. I know there was a bunch of you who did because we had over 1,000 people on that live stream for a while, which was crazy for locals. That's by far my biggest stream over there ever. But there is some stuff, and I like locals a lot, and they talk to me, which is another thing that I really like about them. So I am in communication with some people's issues with locals. I've talked to them a little bit about background play. And I got a response, but I'm going to follow back up with that because I don't know that they and I are speaking the same language on the background play. And frankly, I'm not quite sure I'm speaking the same language as the people levying the complaint, but I know that people want to be able to do other things while having a local stream playing. So that's one thing that I'm working on with them. Hopefully we can get that resolved. A lot of people have brought up the volume slider not working. Now, I did get a response on that. On the phone, it's just a mute button. It's not a volume slider at all. And you just control it, I guess, with your phone's volume. But I don't know if that's the issue or if there's some other issue. But that's kind of the response I got. So maybe I can get some clarification around that. That being what it is, the main place I'm concerned was is how clicking on a link to a live stream in locals makes it look like locals isn't free to sign up for. So I know there was some confusion there because people went, and when you like go there, it invites you to sign up at a paid subscription level, but you don't have to do that. All you have to view locals content is a free locals account, which is just an email address. And, any email address on earth that you have access to will work. So that's locals and how you sign up for it. And that is completely free. And the stream is free to anybody who does that. So I'm going to talk to them about maybe finding a more obvious way for people to check out the free content without being immediately, without being overwhelmingly bombarded with a subscription option. Because I think, like, to me, locals sells itself really, really well when you're on there because you're consuming content. And if you want to participate in the content, then you sign up. And if you don't, you don't. It's like the perfect sales pitch. I want to do the thing, or I don't want to do the thing. I don't think there's too much more that needs to happen personally, but I don't run the company. So with that, though, I'm going to try and see if they can make it a little more clear that you can enjoy the content that's on there that's open to non-paying members, and have a way to get there very easily. So those are the things I'm taking back, but it was a great stream. I'm going to be in multiple ways incorporating more locals content. That's a long-term goal of mine. At some point in the far future, there may be an exclusive local stream like once a week or once every 2 weeks. I don't know where that fits in, what it looks like. That's a long way off. But just know that right now, if you are signing up to the locals paid portion of it, if you sign up for free, you'll be able to enjoy the majority of content that I post on locals just by itself. But if you want to participate in the community with that content, like commenting on live streams and stuff, that'll be the sign up. But I want to make sure that is a thing that is worth it for people. I mean, of course, you always, at $5 a month or higher, you get access to the Discord, which no one should ever go in ever, because the Discord is kind of like rubbing your testicles with sandpaper and then shooting them with a gun. It is the worst place on earth with the worst people on earth. It is on software designed by pedophilic furries. It's Discord. by the way. Pedophilic furries designed and run Discord, and then it's a haven of degeneracy and horrific monsters run amok with not much else to go with. But if you are brave and strong of stomach and meaty of sack, then you can join the Discord. Anybody can join it. I just recommend people don't. But read all of my disclaimers that I posted about it, because it's terrible. If you go in there, you will be bullied, but you can also bully back. We want you to, I want new bully Chads to go in there and bully the old bully Chads and make them back into bully virgins. I want them crying in the corner. Go reclaim the Discord for honor. Hey, what's up, Flawed TV? How you doing, man? Dude, we got to do a show together sometime. We got to talk. I think we gotta chat it up. You're gonna go in there and spit in people's butts. Make sure you also spit in their front butt. Okay. So that's that. Wait, what? Legal Vices is mad that everybody's talking about the Kurt stuff. So now he's forced to figure out what's going on. Legal Vices, don't worry. Leave it to me. Leave it to me. As the Pope, President, Chief Executive Officer, HR department, and every employee of LawTube. As that, I will set everything straight. I'll set everything straight in one subtle, very fair swoop. And no one will ever have to talk about it again, because I will have solved all of the problems as well as some other ones. Before we get into all of that, we are going to do super chats and all that stuff that have come in. That's all going to happen like normal. But before we do that, and I'm going to drink. I am going to drink liquor. I got to warn people, trigger warning. I'll be drinking liquor. Legal Vices. Does Legal Vices want to come on? I don't know. I don't know. We'll see. Maybe I'll invite someone else. For right now, I'm gonna talk solo for a minute. Has anybody noticed that as the years go on, Republicans, this is way off any of the topics that we're talking about, but there's a fucking great ad. It's Make Rifles Great Again. I hope you guys saw that. Make Rifles Great Again. It's a black Republican congressional candidate or Senate candidate or something, and he's being attacked by the KKK, aka like, half of the Democrat House. And he's like just calmly drinking coffee, and they're coming up with like bats and all sorts of shit. And he just like, you know what? Let's just, what's this fucker's name? Jerome Davison. We're going to just watch it. Let's just watch it. Because I have something to say about this. Oh. And if you want some fucking cuckoldry, I've got some for you. So last night's stream, or not last night, Tuesday night stream got hit with a fucking age restriction. And I'm not sure why. I think it's just because it has boobs in the title. But there are no tits on that live stream. So that pissed me off. I'm going to appeal that. And then my Legal Vices stream that we're talking about tonight got copyright struck by, who was it? What fucking cunts did this? CBS, because of the Stephen Colbert segment with AOC. So now I'm going to have to do another copyright claim thing that we got to get rid of that shit. Fucking hell. Let's see. Begin review. What's this one? First, review our policies, particularly any listed here. None of them. Oh, God. They don't tell me what I did to get the 18 plus restriction on there, but that's okay. We'll take care of that later. But yeah, the Colbert thing, that just fucking pissed me off. Because obviously fair use. We had tons of commentary over it, very critical of it. In fact, I'm pretty sure I was critical of the video itself, as well as the content of the video. But yeah, so that pissed me off. Anyway, maybe we'll do that live tonight too. So anyway, so we got that's kind of the agenda for tonight. You know, I'm trying to, this sounds really weird and gay, but I'm trying to get the live streams to be a little shorter at night. And I know most of it's my fault because I ramble a lot, but I'm trying to turn down the time a little bit so they're not all 5 hours long. So I'm trying to, I have to after the, you spend like a month and a half doing depth content, and it's easy to figure out and you just do it. And you don't have to think. Well, now that I got to plan shows again, I have to try and figure out the right length of content, because it's all about the length, guys. It's all about the length. If it's too short, nobody's happy, right? And if it's too long, you rupture the cervix. This is a problem too. So you got to really get it just right. You got to get it just right. So here we go. Here's this video.
Democrats like to say that no one needs an AR-15 for self-defense, that no one could possibly need all 30 rounds. But when this rifle is the only thing standing between your family and
Look
a
at
dozen
him.
angry Democrats in Klan hoods,
Oh, shit.
you just might need that semi-automatic and all 30 rounds.
What a great ad. That's all you need. Oh, okay. Okay, but I have a point. I have a point on that. Not just to laugh at the ad. Is it me or was one of the KKK black? Probably. I'm sure. The Matt Harris would call out the black KKK member. The Matt Harris would call out everything. Here's the thing. There's been a trend, and it kind of started in 2010. But how do I word this politely? How does this video? Oh, wait, that's not on. This is just some random guy's channel. No, that's why it has so few views. Okay, I was like, why does this only have 3,000 views? Since about 2010, Republicans have been getting a little bit more just real. And I know a bunch of people hate him, and that's fine. But, Ted Cruz, after 2016, after he got kind of spanked out of the candidacy for the president, he loosened up. He became a little more real. But he had actually started during the 2016 campaign season. He was going on Crowder, right? He's a presidential candidate, and he's going on the Steven Crowder show in 2016. Yeah. Cruz is still a weasel. I know you don't. This is not about Ted Cruz. It's just this is about the point I'm making. Which since I'm making the point, it's important. He was like starting to see, right? It's like, what was that? It's like in the Matrix, right? I'm sitting there as Morpheus with my sunglasses on because I'm black, watching Ted Cruz, and he's going on Crowder, and I'm like, you see, he's starting to believe, right? This is that's what I was. And then he's like, after 2016, he just realized that he got too stuffy. He got too stuffy in the campaign, and he had to like get even loose. And then that's when he grew the beard, and he started doing he did like an ad where he got a fucking AR-15 and wrapped bacon around the barrel and just kept firing rounds until the bacon was cooked, and then he like took a bite out of it. It's like, yeah. No, yeah, like yes. Get fucking manly. Get cool, get fun. Stop being politicians. We don't want politicians. I mean, he's still a politician, right? And all these people are terrible and should probably be put on a cross. But we want to pretend they're not politicians. We want people to engage. And the Republicans are so fucking slow with this. The Democrats are slow too, but they're still like a decade ahead of Republicans on this. Like, as much as I made fun of the fat, ugly, disgusting Rhode Island senator twerking upside down with her head in the sand like some sort of obese ostrich, she knows why she's doing it. They're engaged in social media, and social media has changed the communication landscape, even for official shit. I mean, we've seen this in the corporate world with places like Wendy's. The Wendy's Twitter account was funny, right? That's a gold mine because it's engaging people where they are, not in some lofty sort of exercise. But remembering that at least House members are direct representatives of the people, they should be the people. This is why fucking dumb people like Marjorie Taylor Greene is popular. It's why Lauren Boebert is popular, because they're engaging in populism and they're doing it unabashedly and unapologetically. And they just trudge forward even when they make mistakes and missteps, and they're just like, yeah, this is who I am though. I'm real. And it's probably kind of manufactured, but it doesn't matter because you can identify with it. You know these people. They're not in the ivory tower. This ad is so good because it's everything Republicans kind of like consume as part of their normal sort of understanding and idea of the world around them right now. They believe in gun rights. They're constantly told they're racist while knowing that the Democrats were heavily involved in the KKK. And they see like a black conservative and they like that. And they know that guns are good for self-defense. And they know that gun rights being taken away was initially taken away by Democrats from black people. Like they know these things. We see them, and then now we see it put into an ad, and we go, yeah, because if a bunch of fucking monsters were trying to kill you and your family, you need the full gun. You need the gun and all of the bullets you can get readily available, not disassembled and locked and put away in 12 safes that have to have biometric dick measurements to get into. You just need to be able to grab the AR and start blasting if necessary. Like a McCloskey. A fat American hero, I guess. But that's what we want. And finally, like, they're starting to just realize, just stop being such fucking pussies and make ads that speak to exactly what we're asking and talking about. Don't speak in obtuse, vague messaging. Just get to the fucking point. Anyway, I just wanted to talk about that a little bit. I have hope that the Republicans will come around on this stuff. And one of my buddies is a Minnesota Republican in the state house. And I'm going to text him and thank him for accidentally passing the edibles law and tell him to get with the fucking program and open the shit up, because this is stupid. But we need Republicans to drop the stuffy imagery, because so they do this, right? It's like, oh, this lofty, vaunted office. And what happens with every single member of Congress when you start to hear about them? They're all fucking shady, normal people. Like, some of them get abnormal, right? Like Nancy Pelosi gains just millions and millions of dollars that no one can really explain with her salary. And that's, that's fine. That's just comes with being Speaker of the House and being literally in charge of the purse strings of America and knowing how to make investments based on what companies you're going to fuck tomorrow. But I mean, when they go into office, like they're kind of just either normal people or slightly shady. And so just be that. Like, stop pretending that this is some lofty position of extreme value and seriousness. No one thinks you're valuable or serious. You're just a representative. And I think maybe that's what it is. We don't want these people to be themselves. We want them to be us, because that's what they're supposed to be. But they've been wrapped up in being themselves and being important. Fuck you. You're not important. You never were. So just go do what we need you to do. Protect our fucking rights, and then get the hell out of my way. Yes. Okay. So I'll mention it because it's being talked about quite a bit as well. Shinzo Abe, the former prime minister of Japan, has been assassinated by bullets from a gun. Two things to say about this. First of all, Japan has some of the strictest gun laws on the planet. Completely illegal to own guns and ammunition, if I remember right. Somehow. Oh, he's not dead yet? Are you sure? Well, maybe they need to finish the job. So he might still be alive. I don't want to spread fake news. Sorry, he might still be alive, but he was shot. That's true. That's true for sure. It was a homemade shotgun. So that's the thing. You're going to make the gun. If you want to shoot someone, you're going to make the gun. You're going to make the bullet. It doesn't take much. But anyway, so here's the thing. So the first thing is, look, you can make all the gun laws you want. They may curb some shootings, they may not. What? No, let's be honest. Let's be very honest about it. 1 hour, 52 minutes ago, hospital record for Abe. Okay, so I guess he is dead. Yeah. Thanks, C. Goody. No, he's for saying he was. No, so he is dead. Okay, cool. I mean, I guess that's cool. Maybe not cool. I don't know. I don't care about this guy or his politics. It's sad that someone got shot and died. But let's be honest. Removing guns or making them illegal will stop some amount of shootings that might have otherwise occurred. Yes. Will it stop more shootings than simply having a gun would stop? I'm not sure about that. Like having a gun in self-defense. And in fact, the research that came out of the Obama administration suggests that there's far more gun uses of self-defense than there is gun crime every year. And it's not even close. So will it prevent more crime than it will cause? Or will it cause more crime than it will prevent? Don't know. These are questions. Okay. So that's one side of the coin. But on the other side of the coin, you have this. Fuck you. That's a gun. I have a right to it because I never gave you the right to take it away from me, you fucking tyrant. And you can eat shit or you can eat lead. But you're going to eat one of them. Your choice. And that's the far more important side of the coin than anything else. Because fundamental rights are risk. Fundamental rights are risk. The least risky proposition on the planet is total tyranny. You want to make road deaths from driving zero? Make it so no car is able to go over 1 mile an hour. There you go. 0 road deaths. You solved it. But no one wants that. We have an acceptable level of risk. And by the way, it's way higher than gun crime. I'm tired of people dying outside the home. Just confine them to the home, right? The iRobot philosophy. The only way to keep people safe is to confine them and monitor them and make sure they don't harm themselves or others. Period. Forever. But freedom is risk. Freedom is to say, I know you may be harmed, but you have the freedom to choose whether you'll be harmed or not. That's what somebody would still get hit. Well, yeah, then you make it 0 miles per hour. Or you just shoot anybody who walks into the street. You could do that too. Oh, you go into the street? Shinzo Abe. Is that okay? Can we use his name to describe a government murder? A government endorsed murder by now? Like, is it too early for this? How cold does his corpse need to be before I can start calling like a shooting a Shinzo Abe? So anyway, that was the point of the Shinzo Abe thing is just to bring up that one, no amount of gun crime law will stop all crime, or gun law will stop all crime, much less all gun crime. 2, freedom is the acceptance that crime will occur. And we've gotten way too comfortable with expecting our government to prevent all private actions. But our government over-polices us. It over-polices non-criminal action for the chance that a criminal act may occur. And the scary thing is, Republicans are really guilty of this. We vote for it every time. We vote for that message. We vote for the idea that the government needs to prevent crime. But always be careful what you're voting for, because the prevention of crime is not actually it's not really in the Constitution. I know that sounds weird. The prevention of crime is not. Punishment for crime is. The resolution of crime is. But remember that at the founding of the Constitution, the idea of preventing crime wasn't one that they were so familiar with as we have now, because they didn't have first responders that could be at a crime scene within minutes. They didn't have police that could respond to a hostage situation or whatever, anything that quickly. Now, maybe an officer of law enforcement would stumble upon a crime in progress of some sort, and then sure, they might try to prevent it. But we now have an expectation that the government will prevent crime, despite being told by the Supreme Court, by police stations, by everybody, that the prevention of crime is not actually an enforceable responsibility of the police. We cannot force police to prevent crime by punishing them for failing to prevent crime. Even when they have a direct obligation that they agreed to prevent the crime, we still can't force them to do that. You can force anybody else to do it, just not the police. So anyway, that's just kind of my little rant on this shit. But yeah, freedom is much more important than crime prevention, because you can go full tilt tyranny on crime prevention, but you will completely decimate the idea of freedom. No, not decimate, because that would be what we have. That would be less than what we have now. We have more than a decimation of freedom already. It would be a complete destruction of freedom, is what I should say. Okay. All right. Next. Where are we? Let's hit some of the early super chats that came into this show, and then we'll get into the Kurt issue pretty quickly here. Joseph Wilkinson stayed up late to say this. Do not use Crunchyroll for anime. They downgraded their site, making it worse against their customers' will. Find another provider that doesn't hate you. We'll hear your reply in the morning at work. Crunchyroll is owned by Sony and merged with Funimation. Crunchyroll can get raped. I fucking hate spitting Crunchyroll's butt for all I care. I don't want anybody to use them at all. In fact, I dream of the day they just go out of business, because I think it'll be funny. But I don't watch a ton of anime anyway, so I'm not really worried about it. Get that butt? Oh, God. Okay, next. Tina, the former Japanese Prime Minister Shinzo Abe, was shot, and if you understand Japanese gun laws, pretty much you can't have a gun. They're one of the strictest odd guns in the world. Just shows you that if someone wants a gun, they'll get it. Or, in this case, make it. They'll make it. We, the rabble, let's get a toast to the health of Shinzo Abe and a moment to reflect on the fact that it's happening. What? My understanding is that is he deceased? Can we get it confirmed that he's dead or alive? The hell was that? There we go. Okay, here we go. NHK says Abe is wounded. Chat is retarded. New York Times said no vital signs, but that's not confirmed. Unconscious, weak, or few vitals. He's not dead yet. Bring out your dead. He says he's not dead. I'm not. He isn't. Oh, he will be soon. He's very ill. Oh, do us a favor. Someone goes in there and puts him down. Terrible. What's up, Kalea? How you doing? Well, I don't even know anything about Shinzo Abe, but here we go. To Shinzo Abe, may he recover gracefully or rest peacefully. I don't know the politics or positions or anything of the man, but I'm personally generally opposed to assassinations and murders of most kinds. So whoever he was, whoever he may be, he will be missed by somebody. And so consolation to those who will miss him, and may the good parts of anything he may have done outshine any negative impacts he may have had. But I know literally nothing about him. He hates commies. Oh, damn. Well, hold on. Let me rewind that. To Shinzo Abe, the greatest man to be shot in the past couple hours. A man with a mission that all men can get behind and all women can get in front of. And that is to breed, to grow the population of his nation and to throw the communists out of the proverbial helicopters. May he make a shining and triumphant recovery and lead Japan into the glory that it deserves. There you go. Now, so, now that I know his position, he's a much better politician than he was 10 minutes ago. Okay, next. McRae H. Nick, I am waiting for your stream to start, but we'll have to go to bed because I have a real job. Hope to watch some tonight if you aren't late and gay, but we'll catch you in the morning. Appreciate you. Oh, thank you. Ginger Ninja, would you give a toast? My wife and I just gave birth to our first. He is my 5th child, but the first 4 were lost to miscarriage. He's named Judah Nathaniel, which means Thanksgiving, a gift from God. Also a tribute to my closest. Ginger Ninja, congratulations and a toast and cheers to you and your wife on the birth of a wonderful child. 4 miscarriages is tough. Take it from a guy who has been through 3. 4 miscarriages is very, very tough. And I know things could feel hopeless at times, but you have been given a gift and a treasure. Treat them that way. Honor and respect that child with an upbringing worthy of those lost before. Cheers. Okay. Pokey says, I'm on vacation and trying to stay up for a live stream. I'm not going to make it. Have a drink for me, Rackets. Will do. Ginger Ninja. Oh, he's got a couple more messages. Also a tribute to my closest brother, Nathan, is what he was saying. A Marine Corps veteran and strong believer. He passed 2 days after we found out we were pregnant. Needless to say, these days are full of joy, but I'm having a tough time sitting here with my boy, wishing my brother could have held him. Men aren't supposed to cry, but damn it, it's tough tonight. Ginger Ninja, when your wife's asleep, you're holding the baby in the dark of the hospital room. Still don't cry. There might be an infrared camera. Because you're a man. And you have a son. Cheers to your brother who passed as well. All right. You can do it. You can do it, man. 82. CERN merged our timelines again. Just to confirm, Robin Williams is still alive. It's still called the Berenstain Bears. Nelson Mandela died in the 80s. The Earth is still a flat disk. And Finland isn't a real country, right? Now, that's correct. That's all normal. Let's see. Eric the Red says, thanks for the message earlier today. Please shame Fair and Balanced for ranting for 5 minutes tonight while her mic was muted. Muted late gay, Farron. Oh, maybe you shouldn't press the mute button, Farron. Maybe you should press the on button. Have you tried turning your microphone on? Did you know that microphones actually turn on and off? Now, sometimes the button's on the mic. Other times it's on the software that you use. I don't know. Try turning all of them. Did you check if your cable was plugged in? Restart your computer. Restart your life. I don't know. Do anything. Maybe you could try it. Maybe you could try that. Buy a new computer. Buy a new house. Buy a new country. Have Joe Biden come fix it. He'll just sniff it. Can't believe her mic was muted. Lame. Bean 175. Ohio GOP caucus got poop sent via the post. Why would anyone send that via the mail? I have no idea. They really wanted to make sure it got there. Inner City Pigeon says Nick and his cry autism is getting old. Sure, you go cry, you bitch. You go cry in front of a bunch of people. Try it. Try it. See how that goes for you. Muzzy Skeleton, the world is burning. Stay frosty, you lovable shyster, unloyal lawyer. Hail to the chat and Chaircoon. Thank you, Muzzy Skeleton. Blaster Brain, Nick, I love Kurt, but is it really true that Satan is his daddy? Yes. That's what I've heard. That's what I've heard. It was reported in the New York Times, so I'm not sure. Let's see. Slagla. Oh, wait. Ginger Ninja also says, on a lighter note, Locals is amazing. Ruben made an amazing platform. They definitely surpass Patreon, every other similar platform. Locals is so much better than Patreon that it's stupid. Slagla says, thoughts on Kenzie Tuff, libertarian streamer and Twitter person who also cosplays as Asuka a lot. Might be an interesting interview. I think I've seen her. I think someone sent me her Twitter before. Kenzie Tuff. Why when I type in Kenzie Tuff do I get CNN breaking news? Is that spelled wrong? Oh, wait, no. That's okay, never mind. No. I'm an idiot. I'm an idiot. So Kenzie Tuff has, okay, here, I'll just show you. God damn it. Here we go. CNN breaking news. I was like, why is it CNN breaking news? It's actually her account. I'm dying. That was very funny. So here, I'll pull up a cosplay. She follows me. Well, let's just follow back then. That'll be fun. Okay, let me pull up one of her cosplay pictures. Or whatever. It's going to take me a year to find this. Does she have like an Instagram or something? That might be easy. Nope. I know I've seen her before in cosplay. Let's see if I can find her real quick. Well, that's not cosplay. That's just animated. Well, anyway, she seems pretty cool. I remember looking at her Twitter feed before. I don't know. Maybe I should talk to her. That'd be neat. I'm not opposed. I think the chat would enjoy it. So, okay. Well, anyway, we'll stop wasting time looking at that. Search her tweets for the word cosplay. I already closed it. SR Superman. Thanks for your retracted message. Karen, but not a Karen. McPherson. Thanks for your, there's nothing there, but thank you for the donation. Break Contract 2. Hey, Rackets, could you help me share a GoFundMe? I just sent you the link on Twitter. It's for my babysitter. Her husband just ended his life, leaving behind 4 little girls, all of them 10 and under. My 2 kids were treated as part of their family, and we are devastated. The life insurance won't pay out for them. Nope, not for suicide. And anything anyone could do, including just sharing it out, would be amazing. If anyone's struggling, please get help. You don't know the damage you leave, and there are many more people than you realize that care. Fuck. Hold on. See if I can. All right. Here's the GoFundMe. I'm going to share it in the chat. And if the mods can go ahead and share it a couple times, well, I would appreciate that. We'll take a quick look at it. God, I fucking hate suicide. You have no idea. I hate it. I hate it. So, funeral expenses for Jeff Webb's family. Gosh, that looks just like my daughter. That's creepy. So here they're getting close to their goal. Greatest sadness and disbelief to announce that our dear Jeff Webb passed away on July 5th due to mental illness. He's 39 years old. It's come to a shock to everyone who knew him, as no one would have guessed the pain that was behind his lighthearted banter and infectious smile. Hardworking man, dedicated father, loving husband, unselfish son, and loyal friend. So there you go. There's that. I'll make a donation too. But whatever you think about Jeff's choices, remember that it's the GoFundMe is for the people he left behind, and that's just fucking awful. I cannot imagine. The pain that they're in. Okay, Cornelius Buttknuckle, right after that one, says the Brave browser allows background play, even the mobile browser. So for the live streams, instead of using Local's app, log into Local's website on the Brave browser and bam, you have background play. Well, but I mean, they could probably do it for the app too. AP779, I want to, for a second, do a victory lap. In 2019, before the pandemic, I was 6'2", 235 pounds and miserable. Felt like garbage every day. Cut to today, and I'm 155 pounds due to hard work and dedication. Was able to attend my local Comic-Con as a convincing Spider-Man. Your content was a big part of that. So this super chat is a big thank you. Can I get a toast? 155? Motherfucker, get in a kitchen and eat. Whoa. Wow. No, congrats, buddy. That's a huge conversion. 235 to 155 is crazy town. And if that's pretty thin though. But I used to be 6'2", 155. Like, I know what that looks like because that was me at the beginning of college. And I was about 165 at the end of college. So, no, I get it, brother. Cheers to you on congratulations on that accomplishment. Really, really. Kicking the fat right out of your own ass is a good thing to do. Kara Papa says, Rip Abe-san. Unrelated note, the IC2 drama is so funny. Watching them scramble to try and figure out who's got AIDS. It's like they're playing 6 Degrees of Kevin Bacon, except with the monkey that was patient 0 for HIV. Oh my gosh. Can you imagine that just gaggle of disgusting fungus pass between all of those weirdos fucking each other? Gross. Excelsior, hey Nick, I'm all laid out because of COVID and gonna need some motivation to hit the gym again once this clears. Can I get a good old-fashioned fat shaming that I can play while crying on the Stairmaster? Yeah, well, I can't fat shame you any harder than COVID will because you're probably going to die from it, you useless pile of fat. You disgusting heap of dying organism. If by some cruel punishment God decides to keep you alive in the disgusting state that you're in, maybe you could think about grabbing the pry bar, putting it under your own ass, and lifting yourself off of the fucking hammock you've inhabited for the past 8 years. You obese beluga. Get into a gym, get on a Stairmaster, sit on one, and have another fat person sit on the other until you guys go up and down and lose some weight. Then you can start moving it yourself when you become ambulatory again. Gross. Renee Villarreal, 0.0006 seconds after death, a joke may be made. Okay, perfect. Patrick Sama, screw Crunchyroll, go with High Dive. Abe not confirmed dead yet. Brand, not the same to be said about Abe. Died in a theater. Okay. Brandon Lesko, please knock one back for that Shyster lawyer. Legal vices may continue to cover cannibals, bizzers, kid abusers, I guess, necrophiliacs, and like-minded degenerates. Go get them legal vices. He said he can't come on right now. He said, yeah, he's like, well, thanks for the potential invite, but I can't come on because, well, I'm crying. I'm crying into my oatmeal. A traditional Korean dish. Colin Shaw Indie Game says, remember when the media said Trump was overfeeding koi fish, but the unedited video showed Shinzo Abe dumped his box of koi food into the pool first, and Trump just followed suit? Yes, I do remember that now. I do remember that. That's great. Let's see. Mahalo Man says, hey, Nick, hopefully you'll reluctantly help with this again. Monday is the day we will divide the donations for the trip to Nationals Comp. Twitter DM sent with a link to make donations, or search Lookout Legends Pro on GoFundMe. Is this the fishing one? Fishing one? Let's see. I saw it. Oh, no, this is a cheerleading one. Okay. One more quick GoFundMe, and then we're done with these for the here's the cheerleading GoFundMe. Whoops. It's not what I... This is a cheerleading squad who's trying to go to the national competition, but they don't have enough... You guys are assholes. But they don't have enough funds to get to the thing. Here's the here it is. If you guys want to donate to that, it's in the chat as well. Good luck to these young ladies as they go try and cheerlead themselves into victory. Skyrim 96 says, rip to the Georgia Guidestones, the communist globalist monument gone not soon enough. We hardly knew ye. Okay, we'll talk about that in a minute. All right, let's get to Kurt here. 155 is too skinny for a man. That's an eating disorder, not health. Trust me, as a former 6'2", 155-pound man, it was definitely not an eating disorder. I ate probably 10 times as much back then as I do now. So it doesn't have to be an eating disorder for someone to be that size. You know, it was the eating disorder when he was 6'2", 235. So that's the eating disorder. Now, I mean, to be honest, I don't want to ever be 155 again. And I was trying to be bigger than I was. I just had problems gaining weight because my metabolism was so fucking high that I could eat 10,000 calories a day and not gain weight. That's just how life worked when I was that age. But yeah. So just some people out there would like to be bigger, and they just don't get bigger. Going to the gym, working out, and eating a shitload doesn't always make you bigger at certain times in your life. This person, though, sounds like they were big. Now they're really small. They're probably going to bounce up a couple pounds, and they probably should. All right. So here we go. The Kurt situation. Here is the Kurt situation. There are a couple channels out there, smaller channels, commentary channels that have uploaded some videos. I would suggest mocking uncivil law for various issues. The most famous one being a parody dating video. I have not seen the video. I frankly, it doesn't matter to me. We'll talk about this in a minute. Why it doesn't matter. they've done a parody dating video, or somebody did, and it's been uploaded, and it was about uncivil law. Now, Uncivil Law has made a copyright claim on that video. I think it's old. I think it's old. But because I think it's been around for a long time, but it like came back or something. It like resurfaced or something like that. I don't know. It doesn't really matter. So he has copyright struck the video. So there's like a copyright takedown, and then there's, applying a strike is a step further that goes on. If you get 3 copyright strikes within a certain amount of time, your YouTube channel gets deleted. Copyright strikes typically do not prevent you from uploading like a community guideline strike. If you receive a strike while live streaming, you may be prevented from live streaming for 7 days. That's what the rule says, but that's never happened to me, so I don't know how that works. All my copyright claims and strikes have come after the fact. So you get a strike on the channel that sits there, then you have to either appeal it and get rid of it, or it will remain for a while. And then if you get 3 within that time window, your channel will be removed from YouTube. So with that is something that has happened. Now, before we go too far into this, let me just reiterate what I said at the beginning. Kurt is a friend of mine, and I have no desire to sit and blast him. I know many people in the chat and in other chats are blasting Kurt, and that is absolutely within your prerogative, within your right. Do what you do, form the opinion that you have. But people have been asking mine, so I'm here to give it. And I'm not here to blast Kurt. What I will do is say this. I think that his actions on this issue are completely incorrect. And I say that as a friend. Whatever the motivation for using the copyright system to take down a video, I am obviously and vocally opposed to that in every circumstance where it happens. So that doesn't change just because Kurt happens to be my friend. That is something that I would counsel against in every single situation. And importantly, as independent creators, I would counsel against it even if it were justified. And my understanding in this case is I do not think that the strikes are justified. I don't believe they are justified legally. With that said, even if they were fully legally justified, I think as independent creators, one, it's free advertising. I really don't think it benefits us to take down stuff that has our names on it and stuff like that. Just in general, I have found that being extremely permissive with allowing people to use my content has benefited me and my channel more than it benefits any individual person who may be stealing my content. That's my personal experience with this. And so when people ask me about copyright, I almost always counsel them away from copyright claims. One, the other reason is copyright claims are extremely easy to fight on YouTube. You just put in the counter notification and they go away. And I mean, the person could sue you, but they already could. So I don't think it's that valuable of an endeavor, especially when our individual names and brands are built on who we are and how we act. I just think it's not good form to do so. But I want to offer a couple ideas, and I ultimately don't know the end, the answers to any of this stuff. But I want to offer a couple of ideas of explanation, and I'm offering them as part just experiential education for the chat, and as part hopeful, message for anybody else who may be listening that's a creator. Okay? If you have not been noticed specifically on the internet, you may never have experienced what it's like to have a group of people dedicatedly hating you. And sometimes, like when those attacks come for the, first time, even it's not always the first one, but sometimes they come with a particular intensity. It's surprising. It'll catch you off guard. It's weird. You like know up here, yeah, there's some people who hate you, but the amount of effort that can be expended on you is something that you haven't a lot of times experienced in your life. And you don't really get like, it doesn't process. For me, this really came heavily during a couple times, but I was kind of numb to it by then. But the Vic Mignogna thing, when I pissed off like 1,000 lawyers on Twitter, I don't know, it's actually like 6, but they weigh as much as 1,000. TC says, don't make excuses for him, Nick. TC, fuck you. I'll talk however I want to talk, but this isn't an excuse. Again, this is an explanation of what might be going through someone's head and also counseling to the people who are in this situation, which is what will follow. So just chill and let me talk. So anyway, all of these lawyers on Twitter, ruthlessly and relentlessly shitting on me for a long time. And most of the stuff they were saying was not what I had done or said. They were blaming me for all sorts of various stuff, accusing me of felonies, accusing me of beating my children, of beating my wife, like just way out of left field. And I'll tell you, like, and I'm a cynical piece of shit and have been forever, and probably a narcissist. We'll get Dr. Curry. If you need, diagnose me, girl. Diagnose me hard. We'll figure out what's wrong with me at some point. But like almost nothing phases me. But I got to tell you, when you have a bunch of people accusing you of really heinous, horrific shit, or coming after your professional integrity over and over and over again, and most importantly, misrepresenting you to do it, to try and destroy you, like to try and harm my channel, to try and harm my reputation. And I will candidly say, I believe that they were actually very successful in doing so. Now, I think I've pretty much repaired it, and I still owe some fucking gloating to you, DM Schreier, you dumb motherfucker, you fat piece of shit, you ugly, stupid piece of garbage. I'm going to gloat so hard on your fucking ass for being so goddamn wrong about that Johnny Depp ACLU thing. I'm going to fist you with gloating, you piece of shit. And the worst part is you'll like it. You'll like it. But I'm going to do it anyway. Fucking idiots. But these people lied over and over and over about things I said. They would clip something out of context, or they would completely just make up stuff that I said, and they would post it on Twitter, and it got posted pretty far and wide. And a bunch of people who should have been my colleagues were blaming me for shit I didn't do. And then at the same time, these people are accusing me of felony criminal offenses, accusing me of gross professional misconduct, shit that, if true, would have my bar license removed immediately and forever, and put me in prison and directly harm my family. It can be jarring to have that type of campaign spring up against you. I'm not saying what happened to Kurt is in any way comparable, because I don't know the extent of what's been going on to Kurt specifically. I don't know what got him to the place he's at. All right. But I'm just saying, when something like this happens, if you haven't experienced it, and you haven't experienced the level of consistency and persistence that people have, it can be very jarring. And you're tempted to try and do something about it. That's your first thought a lot of times, is defend yourself. Defend who you are. I'm not that, blah, 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 blah. And the defense oftentimes is unhelpful. And so now we're going to transition away from this is to people who haven't experienced it, to this is to people who either have experienced it or will experience it at some point in the future. Defending yourself from most things like this is not ever worth it. Because if what they're accusing you of isn't real, then there's no purpose in fighting back against it. Now, at some point, a false accusation that begets some sort of action, right? Johnny Depp, Vic Mignogna, stuff like that. You know, someone gets falsely accused of something. It really, like, it gets them in trouble in some way. Of course, you have to do something at some point. But almost none of this will get there. In fact, reacting often fans the flames and keeps and pushes it into the Streisand effect, basically. It draws attention to the issue. It adds to the drama. It prolongs the drama, and it feeds the people who are feeding it as well. It is coal being added to a fire. So, my personal opinion on this is very straightforward. I think what Kurt did is a huge misstep. I think striking anything, doing a copyright claim on these things, especially a parody video, is not the right way to do it. And I think that it would be in everyone's best interest to remove those strikes. Now, I don't know if there's anything going on behind the scenes. I don't know the status of anything. That's just my opinion on things. I think that's the right course of action. At the same time, let me say this final piece. This drama is real fucking gay. And it's boring. It's like, copyright claims are not all that fun. So let's hope this thing gets resolved, because what a fucking waste of time all of this is. And all of that waste is just, it could be put to making something funny instead. So Killer King says Nick supports breaking the law. Which law do I support breaking? It's just not it's not. I just think is we're independent creators, and how we act is our brand. Now, that's not saying that there's a right and wrong way to do things, but I think people lose sight of that we are who we are. And as for me, it's not my practice to engage in this activity, because it doesn't work and it doesn't help. And also, on my understanding of the video, probably fair use. But that being said, I hope this thing gets resolved and people can put water under the bridge, or whatever everybody's going to do. So that's it. Wait, it's not gay. He needs to apologize. It is gay whether or not he needs to apologize. That's two different things. I also am a firm proponent of never apologize. So that's kind of a conflict there. But, he'll do what he does, right? And, the interesting thing about YouTube is you have the power to vote pretty clearly and pretty simply on what you approve of and disapprove of. And people vote on me and tell me all the time what they disapprove of. And I tell them to fucking leave. So. But yeah. So there you go. Don't do what Kurt did. And Kurt, buddy, as a friend, you should fix it. You really should. You should fix it pretty much immediately. So non-excommunicate him or now excommunicate him. Well, yeah, of course I've kicked him out of. Oh yeah, Kurt, you're kicked out of LawTube. That's as a matter of course. You're kicked out of LawTube. Wait, no. Hold on. He is not kicked out of YouTube or LawTube. Kurt, you are officially a member of LawTube now. You got to fix it. You got to fix it to get out of LawTube. You are in LawTube now. There you go. Oh my God. Stop telling me to play the video. I'm not going to play the fucking video. I don't even know where it is. I'm not going to fucking watch the video. No. If you want to go find the video, go find the video. Do whatever you want. So, yeah. Ugh. All right. Next. Blaine's Escape Corner says, years ago, I had a Let's Play that I posted on 4chan thinking it was good for marketing. The number of Anons telling me to do a live Minecraft stream blew me away that many people would take the time to hate me. I laughed. Yeah. A lot of times it is funny. Like you just marvel at what, pisses people off or whatever. But man, sometimes it really will surprise you. It really will. Shelly Cobb says, being in a public platform opens the door for so many opinions and falsehoods. You have to try hard not to let the negative get to you. I anchored an AM radio show for years. It was rough at times. Yeah. I mean, on occasion, it's a landslide. It's a landslide against you and you have to fucking navigate it. But okay. What's next? What is next? Oh yeah, here we go. Oh, an update on the D&D stream I'm doing with Geeks and Gamers. An update on that. I believe Monday. Let me check my calendar. I think it's in there. I think I was smart and put it in my calendar this time. Monday. Oh shit, that's January of 2023. Holy fuck. Monday. I will be rolling my character with Irudi at 7 p.m. Central Time on Monday. That's for the Geeks and Gamers stream. I missed the session 0. I was on a plane and I could not join them. But on Monday, I will be doing that. Again, if you follow on Locals or Twitter or whatever, I will be linking the stream so you can watch that. I will give you a hint. I'll give you a hint on my character. My character is a fairy warlock, fathomless warlock, which means it is a tentacle summoning fairy that wears black leather armor. So that's what I'll be playing. So that's what we'll be doing. Summoning tentacles with their little suckling suction cups. touching people, flying around, black leather, whipping people with tentacles. It'll be great. MKEOD says people insisting Nick denounce his friend over dumb YouTube drama are being very breaded. Struggle sessions are for communists. They also have never paid attention to how I do these things. I don't do that. I don't denounce people. I don't condemn people who are my friends over mistakes they make or perceived mistakes or decisions that I disagree with. If someone denounces me, I'm happy to reciprocate, but until then, no. And sometimes that has been to my detriment, but that's the type of person I am. I don't do that. If I denounced everybody in my life who made mistakes or made decisions that I disagreed with, I wouldn't have anyone in my life. So, but I'm not telling you guys what to do. But as a courtesy, don't fucking tell me what to do either, because I'm not going to do it. And the more you tell me to do it, I'll do the opposite. Madcore Mofo says, I am now got Kurt's ex reporting my live streams for privacy violations. What do I do now with this? YouTube's going to review my live stream in 48 hours. And if they find anything, I get my second strike and banned for 2 weeks. Madcore Mofo. Why is Kurt's ex reporting your live streams for privacy violations? Are you worried that they're going to find something that's a privacy violation in there? I don't know what videos you've been posting. Frankly, like I haven't watched fucking anything in the past, month. So, it's kind of weird that his ex is, but is there information about his ex in your videos? I don't even know if he has an ex. I don't know, man. But you guys have this escalating thing going, and I think it's probably best if everybody kind of figures out how to get the fuck out of it, because you guys are going to wrap yourself in destructive drama. So I don't know what you should do with it, but I've had shit reported for privacy violations and taken down, and I've appealed it and have won and lost on those things. So, but I will tell you, I didn't get a strike when privacy took my video down. So I don't think you'll actually get a strike on that one. But yeah. Hey. The Scriptic says, pride is artificial, humility is real. Allow yourself to be the subject of your own worst criticisms out in the open, and it can never get any worse than you already expected it to be. Pride will ruin you. Now that's very, very good advice. We all have to remember that we're not really important at all. That's a critical part of being in public, in my opinion, is remembering that you're just a person. The Law Patrol says, may I suggest a period of LawTube community service, perhaps? Say, spending a certain number of hours assisting to build up smaller channels. Also, send me a link for D&D, you asshat. It's not my show. It's not my show. I'm on someone else's show. But anyway, whatever's going on, people need to really focus on the person doing the thing. These fucking weird drama wars, I've seen them so many times, and it starts with being mad or laughing at one person, and then suddenly a whole bunch of other people are being involved in the thing that involves one person, and that gets real fucking weird. But people do what they do. So is this an official Ricada committee statement? I'm sure the official Ricada committee will find some way to put a dildo into some orifice while they make whatever statement that they make. All right, let's get on to this subject. Syl Blinton is not going to make an appearance. We've got a gay dominatrix fairy hentai beast this time. Oh, excuse me. Man, this is a real shame. This is a real shame. A Georgia monument seen by some as satanic was damaged from a pre-dawn explosion. This is where it started. How it's going is not so great. How it's going is not so great. Listen to this shit. A rural Georgia monument that some conservative Christians criticized as satanic and others dubbed as America's Stonehenge. Well, it's probably not America's Stonehenge because it was made like within the past couple years. It's not like it's... How long has this thing even fucking been here? Like, Stonehenge had been around forever. 1980, the 80s. America's Stonehenge. It's 30 years old. Fuck off. Okay. All right, here we go. Was demolished Wednesday after a pre-dawn bombing turned one of its 4 granite pillars into rubble. The Georgia Guidestones monument near Elberton was damaged by an explosive device, the Georgia Bureau of Investigation said, and later knocked down for safety reasons, leaving a pile of rubble in a picture that investigators published. Good. Fuck it. Good. What a piece of shit. Surveillance footage showed a sharp explosion blowing one panel to rubble just after 4 a.m. Investigators also released a video of silver sedan leaving the monument after prior vandalism. Video cameras connected to the county's emergency dispatch center were stationed at the site, said Elbert Granite Association Executive Vice President Chris Kubas. Oh, it's just too bad, isn't it? The enigmatic roadside attraction was built in 1980 from local granite, commissioned by an unknown person or group under the pseudonym R.C. Christian. That's given the Guidestones a sort of shroud of mystery around them because the identity and intent of the individuals who commissioned them is unknown, said Katie McCarthy, who researches conspiracy theories for the Anti-Defamation League. Well, I have a conspiracy theory for you, Katie. Who blew up the stones, Katie? Who got the stones? Who blew up the stones, Katie? And so that has helped over the years to fuel a lot of speculation and conspiracy theories about the Guidestones' true intent. 16-foot high panels bore a 10-part message in 8 different languages with guidance for living in an age of reason. Let's listen to what the Age of Reason says. Because I don't know if what you find so often with people who profess reason sounds unreasonable to me. Nick Math, 2022 minus 1980 equals 30. Well, yeah, if you're under 40, you're 30. One part called for keeping world population at 500 million or below, while another calls to guide reproduction wisely, improving fitness and diversity. It also served as a sundial and astronomical calendar, but it was the panel's mention of eugenics, population control, and global government that made them a target of far-right conspiracists. Wait, why do you have to be a far-right conspiracist to oppose those 3 horrific ideas? The monument's notoriety took off with the rise of the internet, Kubas said, until it became a roadside tourist attraction with thousands visiting each year. Received renewed attention during Georgia's May 24th gubernatorial primary when third-place Republican candidate Candace Taylor claimed the Guidestones are satanic and made demolishing them part of her platform. Comedian John Oliver, well, one of those 3 words isn't true, featured the Guidestones and Taylor in a segment in late May. McCarthy said right-wing personalities, including Alex Jones, had talked about them in previous years. But that they sort of came back onto the public's radar because of Taylor. They sort of came back into the radar. Such a fucking passive statement. Law Patrol gifted 10 memberships. Thank you. Thank you for that, buddy. I really appreciate that. God is God all by himself. He can do anything he wants to, Taylor wrote on social media Wednesday. That includes striking down satanic guidestones. It had previously been vandalized, including when it was spray painted in 2008 and 2014. McCarthy said, she said the bombing is another example of how conspiracy theories do and can have a real world impact. On what? What's the real world impact? Like at the end of the day, what is the actual real world impact that we're talking about? Some gay stones that no one claims ownership of got blown up by some mystery person. Most people don't know about these stones. Nobody cares about them. They have nonsense written on them, and now they're gone. What is the the real world impact of this is zero. No one's going to even remember this happened in like a week. We've seen this with QAnon and multiple other conspiracy theories, that these ideas can lead somebody to try and take action in furtherance of these beliefs, McCarthy said. Well, I mean, but someone put up eugenics and global government stones. Those are based on conspiracy theories also. Like, it's conspiracy theory built this retarded monument, and now conspiracy theory, and definitely not like a federal agent, took it down. Notice the slant of this. Well, it must be far right. Well, who put it up? Well, we don't know. It's shrouded in mystery. Someone far left who believes in global government and 500 million total people on the planet. By the way, when they mean that 500 million total people on the planet, they always mean like the poor and the homeless get to stay. Let's see. Here we go. Kubis and many other people interpreted the stones as some sort of guide to rebuilding society after an apocalypse. Who's Kubis? Oh, wait, here, who's this guy? They said they mentioned a Kubis. Who's Chris Kubis? Oh, the Albert Granite Association Executive Vice President. Okay, put this guy on a fucking list. He thinks they're a guide, that these are guides to rebuilding society after an apocalypse. It's up to your own interpretation as to how you want to view them. Let's see. Let's see what the interpretation of what they say is. Hold on. The site is about 7 miles north of Alberton and about 90 miles east of Atlanta near the South Carolina state line. Granite quarrying is the top local industry, employing about 2,000 in the area, Kubis said. Okay, the granite industry is not impacted negatively by this at all. No suspects are identified. They said local officials and community leaders will have to decide who, if anyone, pays for the restoration. If you didn't like it, you didn't have to come see it and read it. But unfortunately, somebody decided they didn't want anyone to read it. Yeah, well, if you want people to read it, put it back up yourself. If you charge the taxpayers for this shit, you really suck. Let's see what was written on them. Get the message from the Georgia Guidestones. Inscriptions. All right. Here's the inscription. Here we go. So a message consisting of a set of 10 guidelines or principles was engraved on the Guidestones in 8 different languages. One language on each face of the 4 large upright stones. Moving clockwise around the structure from due north, these languages were English, Spanish, Swahili. Lots of Swahili happening in Georgia there. Hindi, Hebrew, Arabic, traditional Chinese, and Russian. Languages are chosen because they represented most of humanity, while Hebrew was chosen because of its connections to Judaism and Christianity. Wait, why? It's kind of just kind of separate that one out a little bit, I guess. Okay. The inscriptions are reportedly, according to the organizers, to guide humanity to conserve nature after a nuclear war, which the creators thought was an imminent threat. Okay. The inscription read, maintain humanity under 500,000 in perpetual balance with nature. Guide reproduction wisely, improving fitness and diversity. Unite humanity with a living new language. I have read the Bible and this is in it. Rule, passion, faith, tradition, and all things with tempered reason. Protect people and nations with fair laws and just courts. Let all nations rule internally, resolving external disputes in world court. Wait, how do you have nations? Like, how many nations are you going to have? Simple economics would suggest that 500 million people is not going to be very many nations. But yes, a world court. Avoid petty laws and useless officials. Well, that I can actually get behind this one. Balance personal rights with social duties. Fuck you. Hey, fuck you, mate. No, thank you. Social duties. Prize truth, beauty, love, seeking harmony with the infinite. Be not a cancer on the earth. Leave room for nature. Leave room for nature. Which is why we put up unnatural, giant fucking stone and concrete structures. Perfect. Leaving room for nature. There you go. The explanatory tablet. Text of the explanatory tablet was somewhat inconsistent with respect to punctuation and misspelled the word pseudonym. The original spelling, punctuation, and line breaks in the text have been preserved in the transcription. Letter case is not. At the top center of the tablet was written, the Georgia Guidestones Center Cluster erected, giggity, March 22nd, 1980. Immediately below this was an outline of a square, inside of which was written, let these be guidestones to an age of reason. Let's see. Around the edges of the square were written translations to 4 ancient languages, one per edge, starting from the top and proceeding clockwise. They were Babylonian, Classical Greek, Sanskrit, and ancient Egyptian in hieroglyphs. This is... okay. So there you go. That's this. And now they're gone. We hardly knew you. What a weird fucking story. What a weird story that this thing was made in the first place. Like that is the weird part about it. But who fucking cares? Go away. Go away. Don't give a shit. There's this weird thing that has happened. The US does this. There's like some private thing will be made and put up, and then suddenly it becomes like a public thing that's adopted by the public and somehow becomes like some governmental responsibility for no fucking reason. This sounds like one of those things. Don't really care about it. It keeps saying that the creators of the monument believed there was going to be upcoming social, nuclear, economic calamity and wanted the monument to serve as a guide for humanity afterwards. Well, they knew Obama was going to get elected. How do they know this? Because I'm not actually seeing anywhere where they... Let's see. They don't know who made it, so how do they know the intent of the person who made it? Let's see. Hold on, I'm reading the news story that they cited as the source for this. Let's see. Let's see. Wyatt Martin, president of the Granite City Bank, says Christian, this is the anonymous guy, told him that he represented a group of individuals who anticipate a future nuclear, economic, or social holocaust and wanted to leave guides for preserving humanity to coming generations. If that doesn't sound fucking stupid to anybody else, I don't know what to tell you. That's the basis of this. Oh, yeah, I run the bank. A guy approached me, and this group of individuals totally wanted to leave a guide to a thing that's never happened before with instructions that have never been followed. So, yeah. Okay. That's that. Oh, who fucking cares about these people? Icy Brain says, expecting some good news tomorrow. Any suggestions for a good sub 200 celebratory whiskey? Well, I mean, it really depends on what you can find. There's a lot of good ones. Right now, I'm really fond of Joseph Magnus bourbons. Bottle looks like this. It's about $125. There's $185 one, the cigar blend, which is really, really good. I mean, this is really, really good too. I'm not sure if I can taste the difference, but it's about a $60 difference. So, that's a great whiskey. Under $200. There you go. Try that one. Military special is under 200. That's true. Okay. Scarlock, 500 million people is less than Canada, Mexico, and the U.S. Current world population is almost 8 billion. Don't worry, though. They'll probably lose 1 billion to starvation soon because of the lack of Russian wheat. Psyche Soap says, Raging Golden Eagles sent me here on the movie Bob raid nearly a year ago. I have a small YouTube channel here in South Dakota where we talk about men's issues in law. A toast to my first 100 subs. Yeah, man. We can do that. Oh, shit. There's a big chat on Odyssey I got to get. Okay, here we go. To Psych Soap and his first 100 subs. The hardest thing in fucking YouTube is just to get anybody to watch what you make. So cheers to you, brother. Keep grinding, and may you find that treadmill to drag you to much bigger things than you ever anticipated. Good luck, brother. Okay, this is from ... on Odyssey. Hey, Nick, I recently lost someone and I'm feeling really down. He was an exceptionally talented writer and artist that was taken from us too soon. He'd been working for years on a remarkable piece that I nor the world will ever get to see completed. R.I.P. Kentaro Miura. I don't know who that is. But he sounds like a gutsy individual. So, cheers to his family. I hope they find peace and comfort, but he probably didn't have one. Okay. Right. What else am I doing here? Okay. Do any of you weirdos watch Destiny? Kentaro Miura is the author of the famous manga Berserk Nick. There's a manga called Berserk Nick. Was it just illustrations of me talking to fat women? Okay. The only reason, so I was just curious. Destiny was debating this guy named Sam Cedar over Kyle Rittenhouse misinformation. What the fuck? What side of the aisle was Destiny on? Like, what is the debate about Kyle Rittenhouse misinformation? I don't know what happened. Who the fuck is Sam Cedar? Who are these people? Destiny is a woman's name. Destiny was pro Kyle. Okay. I was confused about this. I was confused about this. Oh shit. I was going to talk about Diablo Immortal. Maybe I'll save that for tomorrow. Did you guys, the CEO of Blizzard gave an interview justifying Diablo Immortal's monetization. Sam Cedar, Majority Report, was on Tim Pool, far leftist. Oh, okay. Gotcha. Do that. Oh, stay in my lane, boomer. It's I mean, that is in my lane. Comment on shit like that all the time. The monetization on Diablo Immortal is fucking insane. This guy's weird. Mike Ibarra is the guy's name. You seen this? You hear about this? So he did an interview with the LA Times. Blizzard's new boss wants to have fun with games, but first, his company is in a crisis. This guy is a giant fucking weirdo. Ty, we already talked about the is he dead now, Shinzo Abe? We already talked about it. So this is a long interview. You know, he's bitching about changing the frat boy like culture of Blizzard. Okay. Let's get something kind of clear here. Blizzard is full of software engineers and video game developers. A frat, it can never be. The only frat that would qualify would be Lambda. Like, this is no way can you describe a bunch of fat, nerdy weirdos as frat boyish. It's exactly the stuff you hear about going on at Blizzard is exactly what I would expect a group of nerdy dudes to do. Like, it's exactly what I would expect a bunch of like MMO playing software developers to come up with. And by the way, it's not a criticism. It's not really like negative. What the shit they're alleged to have done is to have like like these booze cubicle crawls. Like instead of a pub crawl, you go to each different cubicle and drink a bunch of liquor or whatever. And then what you do is you get handsy with the only female that's there. Cause there's like one female and 800 horny, nerdy men who all get drunk. And that's what you do. Yeah, the Cosby Room. I'm pretty sure the Cosby Room, if I remember the timeline, the Cosby Room was actually before the major accusations against Cosby came out. And I will say, I'm going to stan the Cosby Room guy because the Cosby Room guy is Führer from EverQuest. And you know what? I'm with him. I'm with him. Führer, plain defiler. I support him. I support him. That's fucking right. Alex Afrasiabi. Yeah. Yeah. By the way, there's no way that guy will talk to me because he's named in the lawsuit. But I would absolutely talk to that guy. I think that'd be a great conversation. Yeah. What the fuck? The Cosby Room. If you ever saw them described, maybe I can find it. The Cosby Room. Let's take a look at this. This is from Kotaku, so you know it's reliable and definitely accurate. Inside Blizzard developers' infamous Bill Cosby suite, booze, sexual remarks, and a giant portrait of Cosby are all at the center of Activision lawsuit. This is the nerdiest, weakest shit ever. Listen, let's. All right. Since news broke last week of widespread allegations of sexual harassment and discrimination at Activision Blizzard via legal complaint from the state of California, many top male developers there, both current and former, have responded with shock and dismay. Oh, we didn't know. Who could have known that this was happening? But while many claim they weren't aware of the problematic frat boy culture, that's because it's a bunch of fucking nerds. Look at this. Look at this. What frat boy is there? The only thing fraternity-like present in this picture is latent homoeroticism. That's it. Everything else is missing from the frat boy picture right here. Like, it's just a bunch of borderline gays who've been drinking under a picture of Bill Cosby. Notice the lack of, like, you got soy face here. You got this guy with like the blonde but oddly Hitler darkened mustache in the middle with this weird hair thing pointing to Jesus. I don't even know which one is Alex. Maybe this guy is Alex. I don't know. I'm just basing it on the name. I don't know who any of these people are. It doesn't matter. What frat are these guys joining? Like, what fraternity looks like this? Okay, anyway. But what leading to accusations of sexual harassment and assault at the hands of male Blizzard employees. Comments and images shared on social media paint a different picture. Based on photographs and screenshots of Facebook posts obtained by Kotaku, it's clear that people beyond Alex Afrasiabi, the man named in the lawsuit and longtime World of Warcraft developer, were aware of the Cosby suite mentioned in the lawsuit. That was apparently a nickname for Afrasiabi's BlizzCon 2013 hotel room and seemingly a reference to the name of previously convicted rapist Bill Cosby. Seemingly a reference. Seemingly a reference. But notice this is 2013. When did the Cosby accusations were in 2015. This is 2 years prior to the Cosby accusations. Afrasiabi worked on World of Warcraft beginning in 2004, designed some of its biggest quests, and eventually became creative director in the 2016 Legion and 2018 Battle for Azeroth expansions. He is also the only person outside of Blizzard President J. Allen Brack outright named in the lawsuit. A fact that's made it easy for many to try to distance themselves from his actions. Quote, during a company event, an annual convention called BlizzCon, Afrasiabi would hit on female employees, telling him he wanted to marry them, attempted to kiss them, and putting his arms around them, the complaint reads. I've changed my mind. I've changed my mind. Grab your pillowcases, cut eye holes in them, grab your torches. We're going after this monster. We're going after him. He hit on women. He hit on women. He put his arm around them. He tried to kiss one or two of them. Whoever knows. No idea. Said, I want to marry you. Oh my God. Oh my God. Notice it says tried to kiss them, attempting to kiss them. So did he land a kiss? Like it's an MMO. Did he ever roll? Like, did he ever roll right? Did he ever get one? Did he ever put one down? This was in plain view of other male employees, including supervisors, who had to intervene and pull him off female employees. I'm going to press X to doubt on this, honestly. Maybe it's true. I'm pressing X to doubt. Afrasiabi was so known to engage in harassment of females that his suite was nicknamed the Crosby Suite after the alleged rapist Bill Crosby. That's what they wrote in the complaint. They wrote Crosby. They're quoting the fucking complaint. But the Cosby Suite was more than just a nickname or a joke. I mean, was it? Based on images and comments Afsarabi posted on his Facebook, supplied to Kotaku by a former developer at Blizzard. It was reportedly a booze-filled meeting place where many, including Afrasiabi, would pose with an actual portrait of Bill Cosby while smiling. It was also a hotspot for informal networking at BlizzCon. 3 sources told Kotaku, where people looking to make inroads at the company would go to meet and hang out with some of the top designers. Look at this shitty lineup. You've got, I have more scotch on my floor. They've got a bottle of Glenmorangie, I think. That's Glenmorangie, probably a 10-year. Lagavulin 16, good choice. Shitty Jack Daniels. And then 3 bottles of Kettle One. Looks like a vodka and maybe some, I don't even know what these are. This is it. This is the booze-filled hotel room. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 bottles of liquor just on my floor. That's not counting what's on my my whiskey barrel. Like, Jesus Christ. Why are all those bottles conveniently within arm's reach? Because I have to use them differently for streams, of course. This is like, okay, so the implication, the reason I point this out, and by the way, you think that's good? Look at legal vices Go on our stream and look behind Legal Vices to his whiskey shelf. He has way more than 13 bottles. But I've been to a couple conventions now. This is not a heavy bar setup. This goes down real quick. You get about 10 people, and this is gone immediately. Like, this is not much liquor. In fact, at every convention, like event room I've been to, all of them have had way more liquor than this. All of them. Every single one. So like, remember what they're making this out, a booze-filled meeting place. The implication based on the prior paragraph is that this is the booze rape zone. This is why this matters. That's what they're trying to convey. The context of Kotaku making this out. Right? This is how they will get the courage to assault women and get women to be assaulted. That's what they're trying to say with this. That's why I'm pointing this out and illustrating what's going on here. This is not any liquor at all. Like, this is nothing. 6 bottles? Come on. Afrasiabi did not respond to Kotaku by press time and has deleted most of his social media presence, but can clearly be seen in a number of pictures surrounded by a variety of unidentified people sitting on a bed. Captions on the screenshot suggest the album hails from the gatherings held for BlizzCon 2013. My point on this is dishonesty still, because they're bringing up the Cosby suite as if Cosby was a known rapist in 2013 when the accusations would occur in 2015. Kotaku didn't bother even checking, because they have a narrative agenda that they want to support here. We're going to get back to the original article in a second, but the captions and comments are both written by and refer by name to other Blizzard employees that pictures show. One ex-Blizzard source familiar with the people presented in the pictures identified an HR representative as one of the employees present in the hotel room. Another image from the same Facebook album shows a screenshot of a 2013 group chat called the BlizzCon Cosby Crew. In it, former Blizzard designer David Kosick writes, "I'm gathering the hot chicks for the cause." Can we stop pretending that people do not try to have sex at conventions? Like, that's why so many people, I mean, you may not, but I've talked about this before. The reason convention culture works and why it's such a rampant hotbed of ugly nerd sex is because a bunch of people have a shortcut to connection. That's why you go to conventions. Now, not everybody is trying to put their dick in who they're connecting with, but you go to conventions because you have a shared interest in a thing. But for relationships, and particularly for nerds, one of the hardest things to do is to start the conversation. Well, suddenly you've got a way to start every conversation because you have an obvious common interest. All right, here we go. Brigham replies, Afrasiabi, "You can't marry all of them, Alex." Kosick writes, "I can. I'm Middle Eastern." Oh, no. Oh, no. Jesse McCree, currently a lead game designer at Blizzard, then writes, "You misspelled fuck." Oh, shit. Corey Stockton, currently a lead game designer at Blizzard, and Greg Street, former Blizzard developer currently working on a new MMO at Riot, were also present in the chat. Chat was provided as a series of screenshots depicting a wide array of Facebook posts, all under a 2013 photo album. The album contained a picture exclusively dedicated to the amount of alcohol procured in preparation for the Cosby Suite. 6 weak bottles. Oh my God. Possibly the greatest group chat in the history of mankind, Stockton wrote in a Facebook comment at the time based on the screenshot. Greg Street has tweeted a brief statement in which he claims the Cosby Suite was a green room for taking breaks during BlizzCon. He is embarrassed at the nickname of that room, given all that we know now. The original story continues below. By 2013, there were already multiple allegations of sexual assault against Cosby, even if a conviction, which was later overturned on a technicality, wouldn't come until 2018. So even if a conviction wouldn't happen for 5 years and would then be overturned, according to one source with knowledge of the hotel room, the Cosby Suite name was a play on the comedian's iconic ugly sweaters and didn't have any sexual connotation. Yeah, it was... At least, not when the joke began. Instead, they suggest the running joke was that the rooms in question looked dated, like the sweater. Oh my God. Okay. Anyway. So this is just so fucking stupid. All right. I don't see anything else worth mentioning. Where were we? Okay. Sorry, that was just to explain the frat boy like shit that's going on. Ricada Law, he says in chat he hangs at Hilton Bar. Who I do at Matsuri. At Matsuri, I hang out at the Hilton Bar, yeah. Except sometimes I go up to the guest party room, where again, way more liquor than that. Oh, too many dudes in there. Okay, so anyways, alleged iniquities and harassment at the company were the centerpiece of an ongoing lawsuit. And it's painted the firm and its Activision Blizzard parent as paragons of a broken sexist industry. Again, this is, I hate to say this. Not really. The vilification of video games as a male-dominated industry and a male-dominated hobby has been going on for a very, very fucking long time. But it's not a broken sexist industry by any stretch. It was a male-dominated hobby because women mocked people, men, who played video games up until recently. The reason that video games were a male-dominated hobby was because women openly scorned, harassed, ridiculed, and mocked the fucking gay nerds who played video games. And everybody knows this. And this idea that it was like some planned misogyny that has kept women from video games is the most ludicrous bullshit on the fucking planet. But it's ignored constantly. A bunch of dudes who got rejected by women all the time wanted just a place to go, like, do something alone. That was video games. And then they got made fun of for it even more. And then Halo came out. I genuinely think Halo was the turning point of video games because Halo meant the quarterback was also playing video games. Once that transition started to take place, suddenly socially acceptable guys were playing video games. Then it became more socially acceptable for guys who were over 25 to play video games. Then women started playing video games. Then they suddenly demand, after this industry has been around for fucking 40 years, in some 30 to 40 years in some stretch, either 30 or 40, because if you're younger than 40, you're 30. We established that earlier. Because this industry has been exclusively... Yes, I know some women played video games. Cute. But this has been an exclusively male industry for decades. And then women decide they like video games. And suddenly they're like, well, why isn't it equal? Well, I don't know, bitch. It takes time. it takes time for you to matriculate into the industry. Considering you don't know how to code, it's kind of tough to suddenly put you at equal measure with all of these men who have seen this as a refuge from you forever. Steven, I disagree that GoldenEye was a turning point. You know why? Because I saw everybody who played GoldenEye and you're all fucking nerds. Wedgie the shit on all of you. La 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 la, odd job. Slappers only. Fucking GoldenEye nerds. They're the worst. They are the worst. No, I will genuinely say Halo, I think, is the turning point. Okay. Let's see. Even Blizzard's attempt at damage control blew up in its face. Ibarra's August 2021 promotion to help right the ship was met with controversy when the first female co-leader of the company left amid reports of unequal pay. No doubt it's impacted people. It's impacted morale. He begins by praising Ninja Turtle Shredder's Revenge. Who cares? We're committing to changing our culture. We've had a tough 2.5 years. We're listening to our employees. I've always firmly believed that when there's a good culture across teams, creative excellence flows. So I call our culture team Team Zero. Well, if you ever wanted evidence that Blizzard is going straight to the fucking dumpster, this is it right there. No, you dumb motherfucker. Your core development teams are Team Zero. Your creative leads are Team Zero. Because without a product, you don't have a company. All right, here we go. Ibarra is eager to talk about said culture team and the new hires leading it. He hopes new measures will once again make the company worthy of the plaques outside its Irvine headquarters, pledging inclusivity, trust, and personal responsibility. At stake, however, is more important than whether one of the best-known names in gaming, also home to Diablo and Overwatch, can show it understands the meaning of the word maturity. Workplace and popular cultures in recent years have been put on blast, spurred in part by Black Lives Matter and Me Too movements. The lawsuit levied at Activision is one of the biggest entertainment stories of this young decade. It showed that the gaming industry could no longer operate below the radar of more established Hollywood peers. Oh, yes, Hollywood is definitely not sexist or misogynistic in any way. Just because a bunch of Hollywood executives like to diddle little boys and little girls doesn't mean that they're not fucking horrifically misogynistic still. Talk about walking into a fire. Who cares? Hold on, I'm trying to find the spot I was getting to. Here we go. Listen to this shit. Activision Blizzard has at various points been seen as dismissing the allegations, most recently in a mid-June Securities and Exchange Commission's filing in which the company's board of directors stated they found no evidence that executives intentionally ignored or attempted to downplay harassment claims. So they found no evidence, and they put that in their SEC filing. Such a statement contradicted a bombshell Wall Street Journal report that argued Activision Blizzard's top leader, Bobby Kotick, was aware of egregious sexual harassment allegations, including the protection of an executive whom Human Resources recommended be terminated. Okay, so a Wall Street Journal report argued something. They did an internal investigation that disagreed, and they filed that with the SEC. Because that's what literally every company on earth... What were they supposed to do, though? What were they supposed to do? Here we go. They could have been industry leaders in addressing entrenched issues that are industry-wide and not specific to the company. Oh, could they have? Could they have just torched their fucking brand? Could they have just tanked their stock price, admitted to wrongdoing, thrown themselves and their other executives directly into the meat grinder? Could they have done that instead? Says Carly. Oh, that fucking explains it. A video game historian and author. This should say everything you need to know. If this is your job description, find a bridge and jump off of it. who is an associate professor of digital humanities and media studies at Illinois Institute of Technology. Oh, ugh, a sentence that makes me want to fucking die. But they took a more defensive posture. Their entire careers, lives, and millions of their own personal dollars are on the line. Yes, they took a defensive posture. They didn't run into the fucking garbage disposal with their penis first. These people are fucking morons. Actually, we did all of the stuff they're claiming in the lawsuit, and we would like to give them all of the money we've made in our entire lives and make ourselves social and professional pariahs until we die alone. Good fucking hell. California Department of Fair Employment and Housing, 2021's lawsuit would be seen as the impetus that drove Microsoft to seek to acquire Activision, a pending deal worth $68.7 billion that could see Kotick walk away from the company with millions. Why would he be defensive? Ibarra often steers the conversation to optimistic statements for the future rather than squarely addressing the past. Gee, I wonder why. He has shareholders. He has an obligation not to do this. But he's aware that some charges in the lawsuit were already public opinion. Here we go. This is such fucking... For example, a video from a 2010 Blizzard convention that went viral on social media in the wake of the lawsuit. In it, a female fan asked for women in World of Warcraft to not look like they stepped out of a Victoria's Secret catalog. Lots of blue and green chicks in Victoria's Secret catalogs. A panel of Blizzard men, including former Chief J. Allen Brack, laughed at the question, joking that they would look at other catalogs. Listen to this faggy answer. It saddens me to see that video, Ibarra says. By the way, the answer that they gave is perfectly acceptable in PC culture. We'll look at other magazines. The sexism laced in the question that you guys only look at Victoria's Secret models and that's all you will do. He's like, okay, we'll look at something else then. Like it's a blow-off joke addressing the obnoxiously sexist comment made by the person, directly attacking them and their artistic vision. But that being said, the answer was perfectly acceptable. But you know what the answer should have been? You should try looking like the Victoria's Secret model. That's what he should have said. Fuck that chick. Fuck her right in her fat ears. Maybe you should try it. Find a treadmill and give it a shot. Eat a salad. Because the question is ridiculous, for one. The question is ridiculous. But two, you know who everybody likes? Victoria's Secret models. All like, everybody likes them. Guys like them, women like them, media praises them. Everybody's like, holy shit, look at these girls. And guess what? If you look like a Victoria's Secret model, more people would like you too. It reminds me of how important the culture work we have is. It represents what I hope we are growing beyond. I know we will grow beyond. I don't think it ever ends. Here it is. This is the truth. There's no high five that we met our commitments. This is something that is going to be in our DNA forever. This shit never, ever ends. You cannot ever satisfy them. It will never be enough. The character models are never be fat enough. They'll never be ugly enough. They'll never be ethnic enough. They'll never have enough face tattoos, ass tattoos. They'll never have enough transgender representation. You'll never have enough of them in drag. You will never have enough of them being flat-chested, overly busty. You'll never have enough of them that are old enough or young enough. You will never, ever, ever meet the quotas. It's impossible. It's designed to enslave you. Stop being a fucking slave to these shit opinions. Anybody who comes up to me and says, man, I really, any woman, I'll warn you now, I really wish you wouldn't think all women should look like Victoria's Secret models. I'll say simply, I wish you did. I wish you looked like a Victoria's Secret model. You should try it. I will say that forever. Because stop trying to enslave people with your nebulous, vague vision of their art. Make your own if you don't like it, but yours won't sell. Barton Bella says, all women wish we looked like a Victoria's Secret model. Yes. Just like I wish I looked like fucking Chris Evans. It's normal. It's normal to want to look like some version of an ideal. And no, Victoria's Secret models, by the way, are not the ideal. They're an ideal. And no, not all women would even be, it would be ridiculous if they all look like Victoria's Secret models because they're all fucking short. But it's an ideal that you can strive for. There are other ideals that you can strive for that are also super fucking hot, and that's great. Go find an ideal and try to be that. But stop. This is a prison, and people who put these fucking weirdos, they keep committing themselves to prison. They're like, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to go directly into someone else's concept of beauty, of aesthetic, and I'm going to put myself there, and they'll never be able to articulate what I'll never be able to satisfy. And I'm going to just do that forever. It's fucking dumb. You could do exactly what they ask and they'll come up with a new request because they have you. They have you now. You are now imprisoned to them, and that is power. It's power that they don't have anywhere else. Average height of an angel is 5'10". That's not short for women. It should be. This is more personal for me. Ibarra is vocal in his video game fandom. He's active on Twitter, where he's just as likely to discuss retro video game box art as he is new Blizzard initiatives. On his Twitch channel, one can find him talking World of Warcraft or offering light commentary for video game hype events. Oh, fucking sounds terrible. 2 decades at Microsoft. Here we go. Ibarra has just overseen his first major launch as president. The release of the mobile-focused Diablo Immortal racked up more than 15 million installations. Although not without criticism, initial reviews leaned positive. They paid a fucking fortune for this. The game provides a swift and approachable introduction to the franchise, presenting a heavily detailed hellscape that's full of life and death. Bringing a game like Diablo Immortal to market is why, in part, Ibarra joined the brand. Listen to the inconsistency here. This is fucking crazy to me. This is not like a political thing. This is just an internal inconsistency with this Ibarra guy that makes me actually seethe and cope. Okay. Ibarra joined the brand founded by 3 UCLA students in Irvine in 1991. He says that when he joined Blizzard as a senior executive, he recognized, even as an outsider, that a change needed to come. It's not about the position, the money, or anything like that. This is more personal for me. Here we go. These games have connected me with my best friends, lifelong friends. I have such incredible memories playing with World of Warcraft guilds 10, 15, and 20 years ago. I saw an opportunity where Blizzard needed different leadership. Blizzard needed more transparency and a focus on culture. We needed, frankly, to serve our players with more content on a more frequent basis. When the phone rang, it gave me an opportunity to do that. How can I make an impact? How can the games and Blizzard as a company make an impact for the next 20 years like it has for me? That's why I'm here. So the question is, over the last 20 years, Blizzard has made a huge impact specifically in this guy's life. So he says, how going forward can I make a similar impact specifically in other people's lives for the next 20 years? I know I'll release a free-to-play soulless game on mobile that will connect fucking 0 people and extract hundreds of thousands of dollars from people with poor impulse control. That's what I'll do. Instead of making occasional highest quality games that have 20-year fan bases that connect players for decades at a time, that literally create marriages and families and communities, I'm going to make the exact fucking soulless opposite for the purpose of pumping money into my rectum. Fuck this guy. Fuck him right in his fucking mouth. The only thing you need to do to make the next 20 years is to look back on the last 20 years and go, holy shit, we did it right. Let's hit that magic as hard as fucking possible. But no, they do the opposite because it's a fucking lie. It was always a lie. These people are scum. They are chameleons. They are corporatists, and they are giving you what you want, and they are destroying all of the art that people have appreciated. And I'm so fucking tired of it. Diablo Immortal won't become one of those impactful games without some hitches. This sentence doesn't even make sense. Since launching, the game has reignited a debate over monetization efforts and whether randomized items encourage predatory gambling-like behavior. Does gambling encourage predatory gambling behavior? I don't know. Jeez, I can't figure it out. Does gambling encourage gambling? Of course it does. Now, let me be clear. That's fine. It's fine if you're making a gambling game. Saying, hey, you know what? You want to engage in this? It's a gamble. Just own it. But stop fucking pretending that it's anything to the contrary. The central argument is that it can be expensive to progress deep into the game. Remembering that the estimate, I believe, to fully build out your character with in-app purchases is in excess of $100,000. One character. Oh, it got up to $500,000? Oh, whew. Thank God. Thank God. I was worried they had gone cheap because a popular streamer, by the way, will hit the cap at 100K. Like I think Ninja or whatever was playing and just dumping tens of thousands of dollars. Easily will hit the cap at 100 if it's only 100K. This is one character in the game, just one character. $500,000. What the fuck? Especially if one desires to compete with other players. When we think about monetization, at the very highest level, it was, how do we give a free Diablo experience to hundreds of millions of people where they can literally do 99.5% of everything in the game? First of all, I don't believe that you get 99.5% of this game for free, because I've seen every free-to-play game, as you very quickly find out what that curve looks like, and it goes like this. Oh, this is fine. Yeah, I don't have to pay anything. Boom. $5,000. You hit that paywall like a fucking freight train. Or, they're like, oh, well, you can do 99.5% of the content. Literally a decade of time to do it. Literally a decade of time to play this for free. In a follow-up email, a Blizzard spokesperson noted that the vast majority of players are not spending money. Wrong. The vast majority of players are not playing the game. Although the company declined to offer specific stats. Oh, yeah, really? Why? Ibarra says Blizzard is well aware of the gripes, but will defend the title by citing its high rating and 110,000 plus user reviews on Apple's App Store. 15 million downloads, 110,000 is less than 1%. Implying the complaints are not reflective of the broader game playing community. Additionally, the company says it has collected data that tells it about 50% of Immortal players are new to the Blizzard ecosystem. The monetization comes in at the end game, Ibarra says. The philosophy was always to lead with great gameplay and make sure that hundreds of millions of people can go through the whole campaign without any cost. From that standpoint, I feel really good about it as an introduction to Diablo. Where Ibarra is critical is the length of time between 2012's Diablo 3 and Diablo Immortal. No, don't be critical of that. Be critical of the length of time between Diablo 3 and Diablo 4. Diablo Immortal isn't Diablo. It just isn't. It's a different thing that you've called Diablo, but you cannot put it in the ecosystem of Diablo because it looks, smells, plays, and most importantly, pays nothing like Diablo 1, 2, or 3, as different as all of those are. But Justin Saojun says it perfectly. Campaign lol. Endgame is where it's at. Anybody who has played Diablo for any appreciable amount of time knows the campaign is the thing you get through to play the end of the game. And that's the truth. And that's why Diablo 1, 2, and 3 outlasted a ton of other isometric action RPGs. Because other isometric action RPGs focused on the campaigns and not the end game. But the problem is you put a bunch of hours into a character and you go through a campaign, and at the end you're like, there's still more I should be able to do. And you always end up demanding an end game. You always end up like, what can I do? The Warhammer game that came out, which I actually liked. You get through the campaign, you're like, okay, now what? What do you do? And they didn't really have an end game plan, and it kind of kills your momentum to engage it. Diablo was about loot? Yeah, the end game loot. Greater Rifts made Diablo 3 fun. I agree. Diablo 3 is fun for a while with Greater Rifts. It'll bring a lot of people back to the game for a while, and then you get tired of them, and then you stop. It's okay. Which Warhammer game? What's it called? There's the Warhammer Fantasy Diablo game. Todd Habercorn's the voice of the elf. It's a good fucking game. It's fun. I forget what it's called. Not Dawn of War. Not Inquisitor is fun, but that's a 40K one. It's the fantasy one. Chaos Bane. That's what it was. Thank you, Nardo Polo. Warhammer Chaos Bane. Fun game. I liked it. I also liked Inquisitor. No real end game to speak of. I mean, they might have updated them in now. I haven't played them in a long time. But yeah. Anyway, I'm probably done with this. It's just fucking stupid. Here we go. My hope is we evolve these franchises to deliver great experiences to players on a more regular basis, but also expand our universes across devices. Just releasing games on PC doesn't serve people playing games today. No, you fucker. It does serve people playing games today. It doesn't serve people downloading apps to litter their phones today. He's also committed to relaunching BlizzCon. Who cares? We recently hired a new leader of BlizzCon, April McKee, who is hard at work on that plan. Every announced employee that they've hired is going to be a woman. Culture was really awkward to talk about. Ugh. Okay, I'm not going to keep reading this. There's a brand new hire in one. There's a director level people in there. I can still tell. Oh, fuck this. Here, look at this shit. Current and former Activision Blizzard staffers were contacted for this story. One question that came up was what actions Ibarra would take specifically in regards to working with those who report to him to ensure the accusations that permeate the lawsuits will no longer occur. Quote, we have taken 2 or 3 key people who identify as women across every team, and I meet monthly with them. Oh, fine. He's got a bunch of fucking bearded dude chicks out there. Good. Great. That'll be fucking great. He's got a bunch of bearded dude chicks coming in. Fucking hell. We talk about what will make Blizzard great for women. Our hope is that employees recognize these changes and people start feeling more safe and comfortable here. Why would they ever admit to you completing their demands? They have no reason to. They have you. You gave them what they wanted. You gave them all of your attention. You gave them power. You'll never send. Ibarra stresses these meetings are not executive level staff. Brand new hire in one. Director level people in there. I can still tell that emailing the president is a big deal. Women. We're going to fix it with women. Good luck. Of new hires, 30% identify as women, Ibarra says. I wish it was 50-50. Well, let's just stop hiring men then. We strive to represent what the world looks like. The workforce is not 50-50 men and women, though. Ibarra says, adding that it's no longer acceptable to simply be interviewing white men. Sorry, white men. Fuck you, by the way. Fuck you. You don't get to get in there. You think as a white guy you're going to get hired at Blizzard right now? Have fun. Go apply to your dream job. You want to work on these properties. You probably went to school. You grew up playing these games. You're like, fuck, I love World of Warcraft. I'm gonna go to school to learn how to code. I'm gonna be a game designer. I'm gonna go to that fucking Brown Institute or whatever and become the best goddamn game designer on the fucking planet. So I can go work at Blizzard. Whoa, sorry. You're a white male. Get out. We've got women and ethnics to hire. You're done. And they just say it. They're no longer afraid of it. They just fucking say it. That's the worst part. Okay. Anyway, that's enough of this. All right. Let me read some super chats here. Really now says, wonder if they are serving Kool-Aid. Gene Jeffrey says, listen to Destiny. If I need to lose brain cells, I'll just sniff glue. Nick Ricada's big sexy nose says, can I get a toast for Kazuki Takahashi, the creator of Yu-Gi-Oh? He died today and left a true impact on millions of people. I'll drink some Yamazaki in his honor. That color looks good on me. Oh, thank you, Evan Campbell. It brings out my eyes. The color's fine. The shirt is shit, though. It's old and tattered. But I'm trying to wear like shitty clothing as we like do laundry and get everything ready for our trips, because I want to bring like good quality clothing on my vacation. And so I want to like not wear stuff that I'm going to bring. So I'm probably going to be wearing shitty t-shirts a lot lately. All right. To Kazuki Takahashi. One of, in my opinion, the true hallmarks of a man is you make something. Sometimes you make something small for you. Sometimes you make something personal for your family. And sometimes you make something that gets so big that you never envisioned that it would be what it ends up being. This guy created Yu-Gi-Oh! A massive creation. And like the super chatter says, had an impact on millions and millions of people. It's a creation worthy of acknowledgement and recognition, whether you like it or not. And I think that is a testament to a life of impact and import that probably started with a humble idea to create something that you like for yourself or for someone close. That's a lesson for all of us. When you make impacts in small places that you have influence, those impacts sometimes multiply into something bigger than you can imagine, to being bigger than you could ever dream. Cheers. Did I ever play? No. Don't care about Yu-Gi-Oh! On the fucking slightest. Really now says Landicus. I'm naming my child that. Law Nerd Clips, be sure to subscribe to my channel and click the bell, because my next video will break down everything that has happened so far and the lawyer's responses / thoughts on the uncivil law copyright drama for anyone out of the loop. That's Law Nerd Clips. Check it out. Let's see. Winning Reality says, I've been there. It's literally off the side of the road, right across the street. This is the Georgia Stones. Right across the street is a large area with houses and a private driveway, and that's it. It's weird. Glad it got done because it's a form of unspoken consent. Wasn't feds. There you go. Mandy Karavichus says, I grew up as a D&D nerd. Video games were okay, but nothing compared to tabletop games with a party of friends. I tried conventions, but I can see why the males were mocked by the way most of them looked, smelled, and acted. Yep. Yeah, no, it's true. And the hard thing about like D&D and video games for guys is like they get into them at some of the most awkward times in your life, junior high, high school, and then you get absorbed into the culture around you, and it becomes acceptable to be like the incel fat weirdo or whatever. Like that becomes the identity, and guys get stuck in it. And not that they need to be like the football player either. I think if you've ever heard me talk about public school culture in general, I think it's absolute trash. And we all instinctively try to cure ourselves of it the moment we're out of it. But that being said, there's almost a self-identity of non-physical improvement. It's just kind of like in there. And it's weird, but you can see it. I mean, you can see it. There's acceptance, there's simplicity, and there's a focus on the hobby. And if you're going to the gym, you're maybe not playing your game is hard enough. But also, Mandy, I don't believe you. I don't believe you in the slightest. Even though everything you said seems true, because you said it, I think it's false. Seneca Gore says, I played football in video games. Yeah, a couple people did. How old are you, though? Mandy, okay, so you're like self-described attractive Lithuanian woman. You're like, oh, well, I played D&D. Sure you did. Okay, you're the unicorn. Got it. Don't believe you. Sorry. Jackson Kai, Nick is right. Halo was the first time football players sat me down and made me play through the entire game in a single sitting. Hours of throwing sticky grenades on aliens' junk as if it was the funniest thing ever. Yep. Snuggle Struggle says, remember the women in STEM gimmick? Before that grift began, 10 to 15 years, the market was saturated by men. Too many degrees and too few jobs, but women demanded equity after coming in late, ability and experience ignored. Caligulov. In the words of the late, great Chris Hitchens, those who are determined to be offended will find a provocation somewhere. We cannot possibly adjust enough to please the fanatics, and it is degrading to make the attempt. Kara Pappas, I'm working on a small story-focused game with a lesbian main character. There was no agenda in the decision to make them that way. It was just a natural story choice. It's not hard to write a character with no agenda. I bet she is a carpet expert. Okay, here we go. There's that one. Okay, is it time? Is it time for this? Little Bailey, there's not a problem. Mandy deserves to be trolled all the time. Because Mandy's not going to come to Matsuri, she needs to be trolled. Okay, here we go. I think it's fucking time. Is it time for this?
I'm Brad.
That's right. That's right. Here we go. When you know, you know. Oh, 192. 192 is the answer. Daily unbreaded. Okay. So I'm pretty sure this Pope hat that I'm wearing was actually used in ritual sex magic at some point in time. I'm pretty sure my head has herpes and AIDS. Okay. Here we go. And now that I know my auto-tune is not working, which I have to try and find a way to fix, we'll just go for it. Traitor. The level of connection and privilege that comes with being an infiltrator is impossible to understand. This is why Binger must abandon and denounce his tribe by converting to other tribes. They don't just let in any Binger. They want to steal Binger and that are willing to betray Binger. Entertainment is an unworthy and infiltrators institution. Binger people who are very successful there are connected within the infiltrators power structure. It matters. Well, as you should always keep in your mind that the people who sell you culture and who sell your culture don't give a fuck about you or your tribe. They care about making money and increasing their own power, particularly in their tribe. They will go against the interests of other tribes, like Binger, without hesitation. To become a full member, an unworthy man has to study being unworthy, memorizing unworthy history and the unworthy thoughts and language. The unworthy man has to study itself. Obviously, Binger should not let anyone just barge in and start telling our children develop. Obviously, Binger should not let people who have allegiance to other tribes get a blind pass if they can be trusted. Obviously, Binger should not let other tribes infiltrate when we have plenty of our own people who are purely ours with complete devotion. Binger kills Toms. We sure as fuck don't need to have outsiders in our midst, polluting and spreading bullshit. Outsiders should be terrified of coming into our world, even if they are directly invited. Outsiders should be afraid for every second they spend in the culture that belongs to us or amongst practices that belong to Binger. Outsiders need to be made an example of, just like Toms. Lack of loyalty is punished by death and assassination. There is no other way. Traitors get bullets or worse. Infiltrators get murdered. Witnesses go missing. No one who stands in the way of Binger is allowed to live. No one who poisons our children is allowed to live. No one who tries to poison us with bullshit is allowed to live. No one who lies to us is allowed to live. We send martyrs and volunteers to kill them. Assassinate all of them. Assassinate any who challenge Binger American world dominance. Assassinate the Toms. Assassinate the enemy. Assassinate the false prophets and weak leaders. Assassinate just to strengthen the bloodline. Assassinate to show we about it. Assassinate just to prove we about winning. Assassinate without concern, be it a man, woman, or youth. Assassinate the enemy even if it hides as cute. Assassinate even if it hides as pretty. Assassinate Toms who sing songs about how good it is to be alive today with no fucking concern for the reality of Binger or what we need. A woman might misdirect her son or pass on the lies of the unworthy men, but a woman cannot be a Tom. She a woman. A woman might even have bad intentions, but Binger know that if things are not set by unworthy men, lies and deceptions, the woman will not ever believe that she needs to resort to that sort of bullshit. So don't blame the woman for an unworthy man's bullshit. Bingers know to fight until they kill the unworthy men. Even if a woman seems to have manipulated her son as he was growing up, there is no room to blame the mother as Binger. Binger can't understand, so Bingers don't bother. Binger know to never blame the moms when they should be blaming the unworthy man's lies and media. There is no politics to be shared between tribes. Each tribe has its own. They just didn't tell Binger the obvious from their perspective, because Toms were busy copying every word they said, like, I'm a libertarian. Toms failed to realize they weren't even in the conversation when they were talking, because Toms weren't talking for or about their damn selves. The Tom who thinks he is a libertarian is just signaling to lesser, unworthy men that he has no allegiance to Binger. The Tom who thinks he is a libertarian is just signaling to lesser, unworthy men that he has no allegiance to Binger. The Tom who thinks he is a libertarian is just signaling to lesser, unworthy men that he has no allegiance to Binger. The Tom who thinks he is a libertarian is just signaling to lesser, unworthy men that he has no allegiance to Binger. The Tom who thinks he is a
Unbread.
This was our daily unbreaded. That was the book by Matthew C. Harris. That line that repeats goes on for an entire page. The next page is that line repeating over and over and over. Until the very last line when it changes. Matthew C. Harris. Mandy says, what is the most OP divine spell in 5th edition D&D, Nick? Answer that. Am I a fucking nerd? I don't remember. I don't care. That was Matthew C. Harris. He is a PhD philosopher from Duke University, hired at UCLA to teach philosophy to the impressionable young minds of undergrad philosophy students. He was arrested for making terroristic threats and attempting to buy a gun to carry out those terroristic threats. Presumably, he also is a giant fucking simp. So that's what he is. Oh, excuse me. So there's that. That's what we got there. So it is time for super chats. I was gonna do the old super chats, but if I don't do the old super chats, I could do the new super chats and maybe watch something on Twitch or play something on Twitch. Which is really, really enticing. So I might save the super chats for another show. See, Goody, don't listen to people who are shitting on 5th edition D&D. 5th edition D&D is fun. It is fun. So I'm going to do those super chats, not tonight though. I ended up talking about too many other things, but we're going to do those another night. Let me burn through tonight's super chats so we can go to Twitch, which we have not done. I feel like Obi-Wan Kenobi, right? Like I have not done Twitch in a long time. So let's do that. We can do some Twitch for once in a fucking while here. And then we've got those. We can do them. I really need to do a daytime stream or two. So I might do a chat catch-up stream tomorrow if I can. You played Warlock. How was it fun for you? Warlocks are fun. Warlocks are hilarious. Did I hear about the Shabusiness case? I've heard a lot about the Shabusiness case. I covered it when it started. when she had just murdered that fucking dude. What happened? The reason, by the way, 5th edition is not as good as 2nd or 3rd edition by any stretch. Don't get me wrong. 5th edition is really convenient for streaming. It's really convenient for streaming because it's dumb. It dumbs down a bunch of shit. It's very simple. And it's convenient for like streaming setups. It's great. 2nd edition, 3rd and 3rd and a half, you get so much autism in them that it becomes unbearable. Wild magic sorcerers are not greater than warlocks. Wild magic sorcerers are fucking weird. So, okay. Let's do this. Fourth is a total abomination, and no one should talk about it. That's correct. No, I did not see about the bodega clerk charged with murder. I think someone sent me that story, but I haven't read it yet. I will say that I really enjoy warlocks as a class. They're just fun. Fun to play. All right. Joseph Wilkinson. What am I doing? I read all these. Hold on. Sam Walters. On my 33rd birthday, my awesome wife, Amanda, just took me for paella and whiskey. Can I please get a famous toast from the nose? Hashtag Buffalo Trace. Hashtag get that butt. It's your 33rd, buddy. Get that butt. Just kidding. Just kidding. Unless you're both into it. Then I'm not. Sam Walters. Happy 33rd birthday, buddy. Sounds like you have a wife who understands you and gets you. And hopefully this is a good occasion to get her. Make sure that you two always make each other happy. You recognize the special days in each other's lives, and you commemorate each non-special day with something special for each other. Cheers to you. Cheers to her. Cheers to 33 years on this weird planet, and may you have many more than 33 to come. Happy birthday, brother. Booty Goon. Wick Dipper says, nose just grew. Did you see that, chat? Jillian Seed, thoughts on Eastern Orthodoxy? The iconography of Eastern Orthodoxy is a little bit weird to me, but I don't have a fundamental problem with it. It's just odd. Also, it takes for fucking ever. Too much gold leaf. It looks like a Trump apartment in some of those churches. Other than that, fine with it. FC3S808, Japanese Prime Minister reported to be shot 30 minutes ago, was outspoken against the Chinese government. Franz Ferdinand, ring a bell. Samantha Schoner, could you please give a toast to former Japanese Prime Minister Shinzo Abe? He was shot while giving a speech near my town. It's not looking good for him. I did a full toast for him earlier. Character holding. Guidestones were supposed to help us after nuclear holocaust and didn't withstand some leftover redneck fireworks. Oh shit. Lucas says, if you want more E-drama after Kurt, you can also do Rage Pig versus Cancer Man, Quartering versus Groomers, or Tugs Tits 2 Electric Boogaloo. A lot of content. I don't like focusing on drama content, but sometimes you have to mention it here and there. The Tug drama is getting really interesting. They either they're going after Tug or Tug has got them on a fish hook, dragging them in. And of course, Ralph versus Cancer Man is funny, but Ralph versus Aquarium Bro is temporarily even funnier because Ralph's like, I'll come down there and fight you. And then like immediately after, like, I'm not going to fight you. I'm going to report you to your employer. Yeah, pay, disloyal. Ralph is such a fucking disaster of a person. It's pathetic. Eric Burns Marsh, bully back better. The Shadow Knight says, get that gunt. Gray Jedi. Hey, Nick, can you say a prayer for my family? I can. My cousin, 35 years, had heart complications and is brain dead. Fuck me. Family is coming to Ohio to pay respects. I'm so fucking tired of death, man. 7 in the past 5 to 6 years. Gray Jedi, man. Look, I'll pray more detailed later, but briefly, just a shield of protection and comfort over your family. Death comes in waves at times, and it feels relentless. May the light and peace of the Creator shine down and dispel some darkness in your life, my friend. Mark Bollinger, can you talk about Officer Schur in Grand Rapids? I don't understand why he's being charged. What else could he have done? Is that the guy? I don't know who that is. Hold on. Oh, Patrick Loyola. Yeah, what else could he have done? I mean, okay, this is really easy to say. There's a lot that he could have done. There's always more that you could have done when you shoot someone. So asking what else someone could have done does not answer the question. Is what he did justified? What he did in base terms is, while sitting on top of someone's back, he shot them in the back of the head. That does not mean it's not justified. I believe the person he shot had acquired his taser, clearly was actively resisting. There's a whole bunch of shit that happened beforehand. So do not mistake me for phrasing it that way as saying that it's not justified. But when the government shoots someone in the back of the head, we might want a jury to examine whether or not the government was correct. And that's a tough thing. That's a tough thing. But I don't think, I mean, a lot of people say that one's clearly justified. I don't know. There's a lot surrounding it that I haven't seen, and I don't know. I'm curious about how the facts will come out. If he's justified, it'll seem like injustice that he was charged. But remembering that a government agent shot a citizen in the back of the head, that is kind of scary, though, that we're willing to, at this point, be like, well, yeah, I don't even want to examine the government agent who killed a civilian. I kind of do. I kind of want everyone, like, I kind of want every police involved shooting to go to trial. Even if the majority of them, and statistically speaking, the majority of them will win because the majority of them are justified. I still kind of want them to go to trial because I'm very, very uncomfortable with the government killing us, even if it's justified. So I want to make sure that justice is being done. That's my personal perspective. Like, I am not a default in favor of law enforcement guy, and I'm not a default in favor against law enforcement guy. And it really is unfortunate for the officers who are involved sometimes, but man, I got to say, I don't like the government killing people, and that is the government killing people. And so if we want to examine the government killing people, I kind of think we should. Have them all go to grand jury, not trial, except for the grand jury being an absolute joke. I kind of disagree. You said the process is the punishment. Innocent people should not be punished. Look, there are some very clear good shoots. Someone is face down, you shoot them in the back of the head it's not necessarily the same. It might be a good shoot. I'm leaning towards it's a good shoot. But back of the head, face down. I mean, if I'm face down, a cop sitting on me, I certainly don't want to get shot in the fucking back of the head. So, based on what I've seen and read about the case, I'm leaning good shoot because of him grabbing the taser. And I'm not super comfortable with that lean, but I think that's typically within the law. But that, I am not a person, and I don't know if I would somehow have given this impression on the channel, but I am not a person who is in favor of giving the government a license to kill everybody just because they can make some sort of feel threatened claim. I want to know if they are reasonably threatened. I want to know if their actions are reasonable in the moment. And a lot of them are. Make no mistake. The majority of officer-involved shootings end up being pretty reasonably justified when the facts come out. But I kind of think that should lead us to another conclusion of problem. Not that would be addressed through trials, but through, again, my proposition, less officer encounters with civilians in general. Less civilian contacts, not more. So. Duchess of Dissent says a taser won't kill you. A taser won't kill you, but a taser and then grabbing an officer's gun and shooting him might. A taser and a stomp to the face might. The question is what happens after the taser. Tasers can kill you. It's really rare, but they theoretically can. But the question is what happens while the cop is tased. So. So anyway, that's my opinion. People can have different perspectives on it, but when the government kills people, I want to look into it. And I'm not going to accept the government investigation as default truth. The government deciding it did nothing wrong is a very common form of tyranny that I'm not comfortable with. Dilly Gaff says, humanity in a nutshell, war is expected, peace is an option, i.e. I expect you to attack me, but you don't have to. Cat Madison says, Rekieta was the only possible position. Ugh. And that's fine. Again, it might be the only possible position, but I'm not uncomfortable with exploring whether that's true. I didn't say the guy's guilty. And again, I said I'm leaning towards good shoot on it. Leaning there. I'm not fully there. I'm willing to be convinced by evidence either way. But just because someone reaches for a taser or grabs a taser doesn't mean that a police officer is automatically in reasonable, objective, and subjective fear for imminent death or bodily harm. And shooting someone in the back of the head that's tough. I don't want to be shot in the back of the head, and neither should you. Neither should you. But I don't know what else he could have done. Maybe there was something. Maybe there was nothing. It's weird when you can say, I'm leaning towards it being good, but I'm okay with an investigation and potentially a trial to find the facts, as somehow that meaning it's bad. So I'd like to just interject for a moment. Says you won't be shot in the back of the head because you aren't a criminal. Believe me, non-criminals have been shot in the back of the head. We watched a video of a non-criminal being shot in the back of the head on this channel by police. That was the guy in Arizona who answered the door at like midnight or 1 a.m. 2 cops. He had a gun in his hand when he answered the door because he lived in a shit neighborhood. Didn't know why someone was knocking on his door. And it was a noise complaint from a neighbor above his apartment. And the neighbor above his apartment lied and said that the guy was domestic violencing his girlfriend. So the cops show up, knock on the door. Guy answers the door with his gun, goes to put the gun down, puts his other hand up, says, whoa, 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 whoa. And the cop shoots him in the back of the head. Was that guy a crime? Was that guy a criminal? Was he committing a crime? I don't know. By the way, that was a justified shoot under the law. That was a justified shoot by the officer, according to Arizona law. So again, no, that cop didn't get life in prison. He didn't get any prison. I don't think he even got charged. This is what I'm saying. We have a bias. We have a bias, and we should have a bias when the government kills a civilian. And to me, that bias on the side, that bias should err on the side of investigation and fact finding. So, like I said, I've seen the Loyola shooting. I think it's probably going to be justified under the law. I think it probably is justified based on what I've seen. But I don't know. There's facts I might be missing. And I'm willing to hear those facts. Guy had a gun, justified doesn't make it right. That guy absolutely has a right to answer his door with a gun. He didn't point the gun. He didn't brandish the gun. He didn't threaten anyone with the gun. Went to put the gun down on the ground. That's not justified in my opinion. Did the neighbor who called in the false domestic complaint ever get charged with a crime or sued in any way? No, I don't think so. So that's my take. People are free to disagree with it, but that's my default. A long time ago, I got tired of the government shooting people, and death penaltying people. I used to be very pro death penalty. Now I'm very, very skeptical of the death penalty. Just because in every avenue, I trust the government to fail at what they're doing. They're so good at failing that that's the only thing I trust them to do. So I'm skeptical of the death penalty, and I'm skeptical of police shootings. Okay, anyway, Wick Dipper says, did you see the Dutch killdozer? I have seen it. It's the Dutch. I mean, that's a fucking train wreck over there. It's fucking, they're going ham over there. T in Tennessee sent a sticker. Thank you. Mark Bollinger, I meant to give more on my previous super chat. RE the question about sure. Oh, sorry. I didn't see that. I would have combined those if I had seen them in time. Sorry, Mark. Bogey 34. I'm sorry, nose, but look up Lindsey Graham's Ladybugs. No. I don't want to look up whatever that is. Winton Dupree. More importantly, the amazing, iconic actor, star of the... Yes! Yes, star of The Godfather, Misery, Elf, Rollerball, The Killer Elite, and countless other films. James Caan has died. Rest in peace, Jimmy. James Caan. You left out one of my favorite James Caan roles, by the way. One of my favorite James Caan roles is Way of the Gun. One of the best movies that nobody I know has ever fucking seen. But James Caan died, 82 years old, I believe. Way of the Gun, by the way. If you've not seen Way of the Gun, please watch it. It's so fucking good. It's so fucking good. All right, here we go. Laughing Dog. It's well over 3 times the crime prevented by guns. So when they say control, they mean they want us all dead. Recovered Alcoholic says, here, take my money since YouTube won't let me buy a membership. I can only get them gifted on your channel. Rip the lovely unbreaded emojis. Oh, and next month is 3 years dry. Drink for me, you shyster lawyer. I think that there's memberships aren't available on Android mobile yet. Like they were just added to the App Store mobile. So I think they're coming. Firefox, yes, with Ryan Felipe and Benicio del Toro. One of my favorite movies. And it's really, so many people didn't see it. It opens with Sarah Silverman getting punched right in her fucking mouth. God, it's great. Some of the most realistic gunfights I've ever seen. Yeah, the gunfights are great. The acting's fantastic. You got Benicio del Toro, Ryan Felipe, James Woods, Tay Diggs is in it as well. And also the chick who I really am not a big fan of her. Mandy says, people compare me to Sarah Silverman and I fucking hate it. Well, I would too if I were you because I've seen her ass. Free Thinker McJones. Buddy, don't worry. You never have to apologize for your attitude here. You can have whatever attitude you want. You can have different opinions. You can change your opinions. You'll never need forgiveness. You're amongst friends. Nick has a man crush on Ryan and the black guy. Tay Diggs. Tay Diggs, fantastic singer. One of my favorite Tay Diggs things that he ever did, he was on New Girl for like 1 or 2 episodes. He was hilarious. McRae H, we vote Republican because we want smaller government and lower taxes. Yes, correct. Volan Duvall says it actually has James Caan, the actor that just passed away recently. I know, that's why I brought it up. It says my favorite James Caan movie is Way of the Gun. In this business, the only thing you can assume about a broken down old man is that he's a survivor. Great line. All of his lines are good. Meme gnome. No, it depends. Our government under polices when the criminal isn't white, but sure loves to be a tyrant if they're white. We don't have a big government problem. We have an anarcho-tyranny problem. Renee Villarreal read that one. HK9410. Don't spit on Crunchyroll. They don't deserve lube. Just read the manual says I'm in Tokyo and he isn't dead yet. Zim the Despot. Who's the copyright abuser? Gasp. Is it Quantum TV? I hope so, because if it is, Actman will have justice. In this case, well, Quantum TV is a copyright abuser. I really need to talk about it. I got to get Sid Alpha on. FC3S808. Shinzo Abe and his party tended to be nationalist and outspoken against the People's Republic of China. They're also pushing for remilitarization of Japan. Austin Johnson, thank you for all the rambles and coverage of cases. I've learned a lot and I'm looking forward to keeping on learning. P.S. 92 is half of 99. I don't understand what just happened. 92 is half of 99. Oh, shit. Okay. Syed Nadi Ali, thank you for the donation. There's no message attached. Ben Dover, prayers to that family. I lost my mother day after Thanksgiving in 2019. Never expected it. Reach out if you are suffering. You are not alone. Pinochet's helicopter tour says Castle Rock versus Gonzalez apply to Georgia Guidestones. Yes, it does. Ryoji Mata, Nick, can you please fat shame yourself? You're getting a little round, Nikki. I'm down weight, you fuck. I fat shame myself literally every day. Roman Reis, breaking news. Did you hear that the former Prime Minister of Japan, Shinzo Abe, was assassinated today, shot in the neck, chest with a shotgun? I did. AP779, honestly, Ricada, you should still fat shame me. I need to ensure I'll never be fat again. Okay, fine. You skinny fucking disgusting monster. Do you see that little lump of lipid cell on your body? Why don't you get to the toilet immediately and vomit out your insides? There you go. Flamethrower 82. I think the copyright system needs totally revamped. I favor Creative Commons. I think all rights reserved has too many restrictions. Yeah, there's a lot that needs change. Ginger Ninja, to be fair, Kurt forewarned everyone. He's uncivil. Mickey Lynn, yes, Kurt, you are an official member of LawTube. Do what is right. Your decision. Ghost of Recon, play a bard. You know you are a bard at heart. I love bards, I really do. But I'm gonna play a tentacle wielding warlock. I'm bringing hentai to the D&D stream, and that's what I'm gonna do. Oh my gosh, someone just explained it. I see you, Ryan. Yeah. Sensei Earn says 92 equals 99 divided by 2. Playing Minecraft, the number of experience points needed to get to level 92 is half that needed to get to 99. There you go. That explains it. T in Tennessee says preach. Kangi Cosmos, Kurt's ex is in these streamers' chats. She voluntarily puts her information out in their chats regarding her and Kurt's situation. Mofo can find it. Have fun. I don't know the situation in regards to anybody other than Kurt striking down a video. Automata, but that's two different questions, right? That's Kurt striking a video versus Kurt's ex doing something. Those are different things, and that's different people. Automata says 1980 isn't 30 years ago. It's 42. Feel old now. No, it's like 50. M. Bentham. Mr. Bentham, does your D&D character have the urge to always have a story time with all the children in the town? No. My tentacle wielding fairy just likes to tickle buttholes of adults. Not your problem, says Shinzo Abe. Deletion. Ghost of Recon says because we all know the Democrats love eugenics. Bovine Spongy from Flu. The ADL is the reason conspiracy theorists lets you make an OK symbol. Oh yeah. Law Patrol says all good peeps. Turns out it's not random who gets the memberships though. It's based on how often you interact with Nick's channel. So smash the like button. Oh fuck. I always forget to tell people to like the stream. Facts, not feelings. Who is violating your copyright on drama? Uncivil. It was just a joke because it's drama and copyright. But uncivil is the one who people are talking about right now. Anarchist Nana. It was lightning, not an explosion, no fire, street light flares. The car was from a different date. Damn. Alan Mellon. Just saying, I want to see Nancy Pelosi's big sweater puppies. Call me sick all you want. I'm just curious. Have you considered taking one claw hammer and ramming it into your face and calling me in the morning? Look, I'm working to get this gun gone by Matsuri, so we'll see. Mandy, I see you fucking slandering me. But we're going to get to Matsuri, and we're going to have a reasonably sized stomach. It's going to be great. Concrete Illusion says you're sick. That's not a fetish you should ever share with other people. Wait, which fetish? Oh, the Pelosi thing. That's true. Scotty DU81 says maybe she was hot in the 60s. What, the 1860s? Have I How many likes are we even at? Oh my God, we're at 3,500 likes. Shit. We were over 8,400 people at one point. I really should have asked people to like the stream. Well, that'll be okay. I probably won't die. Have you considered bungee jumping without a cord? Oh, shit. Yeah, Adam SK. Yeah, that's the case. A friend of mine sent me that, but I haven't read it yet. Seagoody says, yes, you should. Fucking hell. I know I should have. But it's gone now. There's 5,800 people in chat, and they're not all going to click like. That'd be retarded. There's no way they do it. Potentially Criminal says, Sam Cedar is the first collectivist I'll throw out of the helicopter. Atticus. I got to talk to Potentially Criminal again. That guy's hilarious. Atticus says, Destiny is a leftist master debater in an open relationship that helped get Vaush popular. Sam Cedar is a far leftist grifter journalist. Okay. Timothy Reaper, we must find this Bill Crosby and bring him to justice, not only for what he did to those women, but also for ruining Bill Cosby's good name. Yeah, I would never want to see Nancy Pelosi's tatas, ever. They seem gross. Here we go. Next. Cody Bayer. You would think cons would be more social, but as someone who's actively tried to meet new people at cons, even in that environment, people are still unable to socialize. Drives me nuts. Cody, maybe it's a you problem. I'm just kidding, brother. How you doing, man? Eclipse Warlord. Hail Rackets. Work has my schedule all messed up, and I'm behind a few streams now. Hope the Locals live stream went well. See you at Anime Matsuri. It did. The Locals live stream was great. My Locals, I confirmed with my Locals person, they upped me to 4 hours on live streams now. They told me 3, then they said, well, I just said screw it and did 4. So I now have 4 hours of live stream capability on Locals, which is great because 2 hours is just a little too short. Just a little too short. But so real quick, the Locals live streams, ricadalaw.locals.com is completely free to sign up, and most of the content on there is free to view. Locals allows you to interact with content when you join the community, which means $5 a month. That's it. And then you can interact with the chat. You can interact with, you can actually we can start live chats and stuff. If we like live chat feeds and stuff, I need to play with that more, but that can be done. If people want them, I can start them, and there can be chat rooms effectively for different topics. Also the live streams that I do. And finally, of course, the, just posting. It's kind of like a Facebook thing. So you can make posts and comment on them. With that, it was great. We had over 1,000 people watch last night on Locals. And it's fantastic. The Locals live streams are completely different than these. They're completely different. So on YouTube, there's a 20-second chat delay. So when I say something, you don't see it for at least 20 seconds before it happens. So when I'm reading the chat, I'm ahead of time for you, which is weird. And you won't see what I say for another 20 seconds after I say it. So it's hard to just directly interact with the chat because there's this weird delay. On Locals, the delay is less than a second. It's really fast. It's interactive. And what I typically do is just hang out and talk to the chat. Just talk to the chat. We just have a completely chilled out conversation. No topics, no agenda, just hanging out and chatting. I usually smoke a cigar, have some whiskey, and we have a very chilled relax time. If that sounds like what you want to check out sometime, recadalaw.locals.com. Go there, sign up for free, and wait for the next live stream. If you want to participate, go ahead and, you can subscribe if you want. But there's going to be more of those in the future. They're like soothing for me. And I think a lot of people really enjoy them when we do it. And Eats Wings. Yeah, sometimes I grill food or cook food on them too. It's a good time. Sir Marhouse says posture check for all you nerds playing games right now. Kata says, I remember back in 2003, only hot girls playing GoldenEye. One was a track star who went to West Point. God, I wish I was 16 years older. Arvin Jones says, GoldenEye 007 was the start. It had the thugs brothers leaving the streets to play a video to shoot up. I disagree. Johnny B, I used to play a fat little gnome when I used to play WoW like a decade ago. Mandy says, do you think your sub count would take a hit if you invited Kurt to a show? No. I think what would happen if I invited Kurt to a show is the chat would be absolutely brutal to Kurt, like just merciless. And I don't ask people to walk into that gauntlet. If they want to and they ask me and they know what's going to happen, I'll let them. But I'm not going to invite someone to be brutalized. So, that's that I don't even do that to people I don't like. So, next, Michael Struckman. Sam Cedar talked about guzzling you-know-what in the Destiny debate. Multiple times, actually. True story. In other news, the Quartering versus Review Tech USA was pretty entertaining. Joseph Fazio. I warned as many people as I could about Microsoft and the Xbox that they would introduce this evil to the world, and I was right. It's all your fault. Selrin. Check out Josh Strife Hayes if you want an in-depth look at the monetization of Diablo Immortal, the immoral design of Diablo Immortal. It's insane. Super Iron Bob, I'd want a brave attorney general that would take each one of those statements about not hiring white males and sue under anti-discrimination laws. Fortunately, I know that'd be a waste of taxpayer money. Baconism. The CEO of the medical company named Stryker said that the age of white men is over. Employees were told to prove they are allies. Fuck that. Phoenix Lord Asterman says, you did it to Shane Holmberg. No, I did not. Shane Holmberg, I thought, was a misguided idiot. But I thought, I'll have this guy on and I will just tell him how law works because he doesn't seem to understand. What happened was pure magic and complete fortune. I didn't engineer it. I didn't think he'd be on his Discord trying to make legal arguments from a bunch of non-lawyers to a lawyer. That was not intended. It just happened that way. It was great. It was great. Where are we? Super Iron Bob read that one. Paganism. Dennis Pettit. Which law tuber covers unscrupulous advertising clips by big box stores? I might have a case, but I want a second opinion / sounding board. I don't think any law tuber specifically covers those. Grandfather Nurgle, yo, Nick, have you seen the city for RoboCop Rogue City or trailer for RoboCop Rogue City? Nope. Frozen Smoke. The woman named in the ATVI Blizzard lawsuits are raging leftists. Find their Twitter accounts. They have pronouns, make leftist tweets. The snowflakes graduated from college and are now in our workforce. Where the fuck was I? Here we go. Phoenix Lord Asterman says, watch Terminal List. It's good. A lot of people have said so. I've never even heard of it. Kiiverdem, thank you. Ryoji Mata, let's see how well he holds up against an anti-discrimination lawsuit with his mentality at Blizzard. Dan Jones, been watching since Rittenhouse first ever super chat. I became the luckiest man last Saturday, marrying my soulmate. Toast for Dan and Letty, please. To Dan and Letty, a cheers to you, a cheers to the value of marriage, the value of companionship, and the value of promising to each other something beyond what society demands or what society even thinks is possible anymore. May you have many, many beautiful years to come. May your struggles be minimal and always guide you to stronger futures. Cheers to you, brother. Cheers to her. Enjoy each other. Oh, and let me give this marital advice. Fuck her all the time. There you go. I have the best marital advice that exists. Okay. Next. But seriously, congrats, brother. Evan Campbell, welcome to Paralegal Status. Mandy Karavich says, answer this. What was the Emperor of Mankind's real name? And it's not a trick question, Mr. 40K nerd. He's had many names. Here's 2 hints for you. It's in the first edition book, Rogue Trader, and it's not Sigmar. The Emperor has gone by many names throughout history, Mandy. And just because it's in one edition of 40K, that doesn't make it true. Nervous Sips. Definitely a bad shoot. The cop had back control. Just wait for backup. Don't execute. For the record, I think Derek Chauvin is innocent. There you go. Generalissimo. Longtime watcher, first time super chat. You fucking liar. Can you please give a toast to Shinzo Abe, Prime Minister of Japan, plus the author of the manga Berserk? Hope he doesn't come back as a Cenobite, but with gas prices and all, I wouldn't blame him. To Shinzo Abe, author, creator, and proprietor of the Berserk comic book, the Berserk American Marvel comic book. May he open a gas station, as all of his people do, and come back as a Cenobite to send chains, CDs, and hooks into the flesh of his victims, and also make that weird noise that we love from that one fucking weird Cenobite. Cheers to Shinzo Abe. When are they going to put Hellraiser 3 on Twitch? Fuck. Balian. You see the story of the climate activist blocking a highway and a parolee begging them to let him through so he's not late for work, only to be laughed at. Eventually gets arrested, and then the activists use him to fundraise. What fucking assholes. I did not see that story. Timothy Reaper says, name your warlock Eichenwald. Dr. Bentham says, you'll get rid of that gunt, but Mandy won't be able to see it because she's not going to Matsuri. What a bigot. Oh, Mandy. Oh, Mandy, you won't go to Anime Matsuri because you're just a fucking bigot. Oh, Mandy. No, Shifty, we're going to do Twitch. We're almost done. Bad Dragonite says, forget the Guidestones. Go see the Petrified Forest in Madison County, Mississippi. Much cooler, much more true Unga Boonga energy. Phoenix Lord Azerman says, all I could say after seeing the RoboCop game was, I'd buy that for $1. I can't wait for it to come out next year. Inverfane, welcome to Paralegal Status. Now we've got some chats over on Odyssey. Look at this as one is basically a porn. Wait, what's basically a porn? Look at this. I need to know what's basically a porn. Firefox says, this will be my last stream. I've got several interviews lined up and need to get back on a normal human sleeping schedule instead of going to sleep at 8 a.m. You won't notice my absence. I will, brother, actually. But I will notice yours and the rest of the retards in chat. Thanks again, brother, for being place of levity. When you have a day off, come hang out. Mandy says, you treat me like you treated Angry Baneling, poor fella. Mandy, you said to me that I would not sign your breasts at Anime Matsuri. And then the moment I said, come ask Lady Rackets, you're like, oh, I can't be there. So just come ask Lady Rackets. Can I sign these things? If she says yes, I'll sign them. No problem. But now I find out you're not even going to be there. So the whole time it was a work. You thought it was a safe criticism to make because you're like, oh, he's not going to sign them. Like, well, I don't know what Lady Rackets will say. And the second I say that, you're like, oh, shit, I can't make it there. I wouldn't sign Angry Baneling's tits. Weird Indian man tits? No chance. No chance. Caprincess 619, can I contact you privately somehow? I have some questions about Twitch streaming. Yes. You can. Emailing me is shit. Contacting me on Twitter is sometimes the best. Instagram works from time to time. I have a business phone number you can call. I usually don't answer though. So Mandy says, you sure whine a lot. You're whining right now. You're like, oh, you're treating me like Angry Baneling. Sorry. That's your problem. Zalcor07. So you will be drinking. What are the odds tonight's live stream will devolve into degeneracy? Been pretty consistent lately. Lately, the live stream devolves into degeneracy every show, basically, for the past, I don't know, 4 years. Johnny Reb 84. Hey, Nick, did you see the commie DA in New York charging the Dominican immigrant clerk for defending himself? We need to draw attention to this and fight as liberty-loving Americans. A friend sent it to me. I haven't looked at it yet. I'll take a look. I'd like to get Branka on it if we can. Maybe tomorrow's stream or something. Malik Fox, and guess who got called into a meeting to discuss helping with training the next class of new hires? I got someone's attention apparently for practically establishing new procedure for leadership yesterday with a loophole I found. Other centers already adopting it. Negotiations for a raise promotion begin tomorrow. Folks wanted to, congrats, buddy. And then he has a separate one. Folks wanted to leave a guide to some fantasy apocalypse, but people who blew up America's Stonehenge are the fucking conspiracy theorists. What the fuck? Bogey 34 says, what the fuck happened to Elden Ring? Did you give up? I have not actually given up on Elden Ring. I haven't played anything. I think I played like an hour of Vampire Survivors once in the last month on stream. I have not played a single video game since then of any character or kind. I have not had time. And the few moments that I've had of time, I have been fucking it's my personal issues are largely resolved, which is great. They had a huge negative impact on the show, which I am very sorry for, but I am at the end of the day a human, and sometimes shit comes up that I don't have any control over, have to deal with. And sometimes it's really fucking tough. You guys have been fantastic. I got tons of messages of support and just like, hey dude, hang in there, which is awesome. But you know, like at the same time, it just prevented me from doing so much I wanted to do. And that's it. I haven't even gloated over being completely fucking right and Law Twitter being completely fucking wrong. If you want to know like how fucking serious for me, like just my perspective, it's probably not that big of a deal for everybody else, but from my perspective, how serious this thing was It was so fucking crazy that I didn't even take time to dunk law Twitter's faces into their own shit. That's, I mean, I was in a legit, like, I wish I could call it a midlife crisis. If it was a midlife crisis, I would come out of it with like a penis enlargement surgery and a fucking Corvette, but I don't have either of those. So anyway. Herman Armenia says Boris resigns. Yep. Over Boris Johnson over in the UK resigns. Shinzo Abe shot. Dutch start their own Tiananmen Square. OPSEC Secretary General dies. Elon Musk's illegitimate twins revealed. Joe Biden selling off our oil to Chicom company that his son owned a stake in. Georgia Guidestones fall, and Jordan Peterson joins Daily Wire. Hell of a week, ain't it, Nick? Daily Wire should hire me. Firefox says, I also needed to ask, did that paternity test come in yet? The one proving you and Ryan Cannell did in fact come from the same fed test tube. Also, I'm retarded and thought today was Friday night. So tomorrow, if there is one, will be my last stream. Barring something unforeseen, there will be a stream tomorrow. Kyan Rennell says, bro, these faggots tattling on Kurt and telling you to tell him to do something are so gay. Bunch of losers with nothing else better to do. Just tell them to suck your cock. Yes, everything you said is true. At the same time, independently, what Kurt did was not correct. And I think there's a lesson there for a lot of people who are making YouTube channels. A Rumble username sucks says, speaking of LawTube, Nick, you need to get the guy that made the LawTube awards on, because I'm convinced he's one of the funniest trolls on the planet after announcing their K to committee. Yeah, if I got him online, I'd have to kill him. Oh, guys, so you know what? I drove by the Chevrolet dealership in my shitty little town today. We were talking cars the other day. I was driving by at a distance and I looked into the floor, the display floor, and I thought I saw a Corvette, a white Corvette C8. And I was like, oh, they have a Corvette. I want to go. Maybe I could arrange a test drive. So today I was out early this morning for an allergy checkup. And I went and it's like, okay, I'll check and see on this Corvette. I drove by. It's not a Corvette. And I don't know why this is in a Chevrolet dealership. It is a Dodge Viper SR10. SRT10. I think it's an SR10. I don't know what year because I didn't go inside. I didn't have time. And I was like, SRT10. And I was like, oh. Well. Manny, no, it's not a 96 Viper. No. This is a newer Viper. It's white. It has blue racing stripes. I'm going to go check it out. I'm going to go check it. I don't know if it's used. I don't know if it's previously titled or not. I don't know what year it is. I didn't have time to check it out today. I'm going to go check it out. I'm going to go look at it. Maybe I can take it on a test drive. I'm really fucking tempted to buy a sports car. Nick, buy it and drive it 200 miles per hour. Oh, so fucking close. I don't know. I have no idea what anything about it is. So I'm just saying it just struck me because it was weird. The chat was saying, get a Viper SRT10. And I was like, I don't know. I don't know even know where you'd get one. Like you could look for one used or whatever. And then I drive by a dealership and it's in the fucking gallery of the dealership, just sitting there. And I was like, okay, well, I guess now I have to go check it out. Nick, get something for family. I just bought the family a fucking Lincoln Navigator. I just bought the Family Lincoln Navigator. And that was most definitely not for me. We already had a van that could fit all the fucking kids. I love the Navigator. Oh my God, it's a beautiful car to drive. It's amazing. I love it. But I already had a van. I liked the van that we had just fine. The big giant fucking Nissan van that we have just fine until I drove the Navigator. Now I hate the fucking van. Anyway, Lieutenant Hobbit says, rest in peace, Kazuki Takahashi, creator of Yu-Gi-Oh! Give me many great moments via the anime and card game. Yep, we did a cheers for him. May prayers reach former Japanese Prime Minister Shinzo Abe, shot twice by a homemade shotgun, currently in critical condition. Doctors doing their best. We'll see if he lives through the night. Blind Eye says SRT 10 with gas getting near $10. No thanks. Dude, my Navigator gets less than 17 miles to the gallon. It's fucking insane. Oh my God. Steve C. Yeah, weren't you just saying you like all the new electronics? Kiss him goodbye and Viper. Yes, that is true. Very true. I just want to go look at it. So back to Caprincess 619. Look, you can email me. I'm bad at emails, but you can do it. Put your name in giant caps or whatever. Otherwise, Instagram or Twitter DMs. I try and be responsive. I'm not great at it, but I try. Fifi Gigantor says, this is counterintuitive, I know, but can I get a cheers for the rehab in Tennessee that adjusted their price to help me get in? Struggling with alcohol for 10 plus years and really need to get out of California for a bit. Yes, I absolutely can. A good sign for you for rehab is that you can allow others to drink alcohol while you are not. Because you'll need to carry that for a long time. If I had a non-alcoholic beverage here, which I drank all of my Gatorade, so I don't, I would actually toast you with a non-alcoholic beverage. But Fifi, Gigantor, cheers to you. May your rehabilitation and recovery from your addiction lead you to a life free of its gripping hold and its toxic influence. I'm glad you found a place that will take you in a place far from the place that has trapped you. Cheers to you. Make a speedy recovery. And let us know how it goes. I'll probably be with you at some point in time. Balian. Yeah, it was messed up, dude. The cops were just standing there doing jack until the parolee got fed up, tried to pull them out of the way. Tim Pool did a video about it. You should check it out. Jackson Kine, Nick, if you dare to get a Viper SRT 10 before I can, all I have to say to you is congratulations. You have good taste. I love the Viper forever. I never thought I'd be able to buy one. I don't know that I can or will buy one. But it would be fun to have I've always wanted a sports car. Hey, what's up, Brandon Herrera in the chat? Dude, Brandon, I am looking for a time in which I can come visit you in San Antonio because you drunkenly said, oh yeah, come on down. You probably said it as a throwaway line. You're like, oh yeah, come on down. This motherfucker is never coming down here. What an idiot. I will ruin your life. I will take that butt. Mandy says, have you seen the new Mustang hatchback? It's a fucking abomination that should be burned at the stake like a Christian in Rome. Oh, shit. Okay. And Brandon, I'm going to hit you up for another stream sometime soon. Not tonight, obviously. It's way fucking late, but because we're actually done with the show. But sometime soon, because I like talking to you. You're funny. But Mandy, the only good thing about the current like hatchback fucking electric Mustang or whatever they have, that like, I'm not a Prius Mustang, that one, that, oh my God, that Mustang that has literally a dildo in its mouth saying, I'm not gay. Fuck that. The only good thing is that I saw like a prototype shot of another Mustang, the next gen, and they're going back to a combustion engine, and it looks like it's back to a sedan, but I'm not sure. It looks fucking weird. Victor Phantasm, I don't know if I saw your super berry about Jim. Let me read it. Tank Commando says, families are replaceable. A Viper SRT 10 is forever. Do it. Oh, no. Man, you can't fit 7 people in that Mustang. I don't buy that. Oh, fuck. There were 3 $20 super chats that I missed. I'm so sorry. So sorry I missed these earlier. Victor Phantasm says, if only you and Kurt could harness the fandom that Jim does. He laughs at the autism and gets us to. He fingers someone on stream, can't get shamed and makes money, then gets swatted and sells Swatty Squad hats. I mean, I think I'm kind of there. Kurt needs to get there. That is true. Jackson Kai, since LawTube is now a punishment, you need to start sending out honorary memberships. May I suggest Binger and Legal Eagle? E Honda 420 says, you didn't visit Georgia in the last few days. Did you know? I did not. Just wondering, I believe Ted Turner paid to build the Guidestones. No, if I go to Georgia, I'm going one place only. Atlanta, Georgia, homegrown, for the best fucking biscuits I've ever eaten. God, it's so good. Atticus, Brandon's new name is going to be Bend Over once Nick is done with him. Bogey 34, please talk to comic Dave Smith. He's a libertarian comic. Yes, people have brought him up before. I would love to talk to him. Okay, that's the show. We're gonna do Twitch for a little bit. I'm not sure what we're gonna do. Video game, show, movie. I don't know. It's 3:00. I'm probably gonna do an hour to an hour and a half. We'll figure it out. Come hang out with me there. Other than that, have a good night, guys. I'll catch you tomorrow on YouTube if you don't come to Twitch. Twitch.tv/Ricada Law. Come hang out a little longer if you're awake. Jerk off. I'll do ASMR. I'll wear a bra. You can masturbate to my tits. It's Twitch. That's what we love. Have a good night, guys. Peace.
Oh, he drinks a fair bit, but you realize that it just helps get his noggin jogging along. With his glass by his side, if his kids asleep tight, we'll hear some law-splaining tonight. With his microphone muted, we'll laugh at this boomer until he explains it's all part of the plan. Watch his face become redder as he becomes madder, raging at idiots from Twitter and Erlang. From the white shores of Maine to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed to make the law what we have now. Oh, his lady is fair, and she handles herself with the grace of one who has borne many children. As the wife of a lawman, she makes sure that he has the time and the place to provide for them there. So pour out an Ardbeg, a Balmore, a Lafroig, the spirits flow as the ones who get unemployed. So pour out a glass for the tea post on Twitter. we hear lost planning tonight. From the wide shores of Nam to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the wrong better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed, to make the law what we are now. Oh, the guests are all plentiful, from Dante to Drexel. They bring their perspective and spice to the mix. But the reason we're here and the one that we cheer is the one who is showcasing us his career. Get unemployed. So pour out a glass for the team post on Twitter as we hear lost planning tonight. From the wide shores of Nan to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the wrong better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed.